Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to episode 20 of what we watched last weekend. I'm Lady Shasha, Mistress of the Snark, and I am joined by Tony Man 100.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, it sounded. Why don't you tell the people what happened?
If my voice sounds a little bit different, it's because I had an asthma attack before getting on air. So my voice is a little bit hoarse.
Yeah. Thank
I
you
don't
for
mind it.
listening to the.
I kind of like
Thank
it.
you.
It's almost ASMR.
Thank you for listening to the night sounds of that fog radio station. What was it called?
Um,
The radio station from the fog.
Antonio Bay.
There you go.
It's
That's what you sound like.
Antonio Bay Radio.
Antonio Bay Radio.
I forgot the call letters and numbers, but it's Antonio Bay
Yeah.
Radio.
Hey. All right. Well, sorry. First person in the building.
Yep.
Always in the building first.
Mhm.
Faux Mickey Latte.
Mm-hmm. Welcome to the show. We will be talking about 90s horror that we missed the first time around, which is basically some of these movies are movies that I only just saw last week and this week because when they came out in the 90s, I was in my edgelord era of only wanting to see super gory movies. So when I heard that the movies weren't very gory, I just didn't make it a point to see them.
And out of the four movies that we're going to discuss, I didn't see two because in my edgelord era, I didn't want to watch these. I don't want to wait for our life to be over. To people from Dawson's Creek and all this other crap in the movies because I saw them on my TV every week. I was more into like Juice, New Jack City, those kind of movies. So yeah. But that's 2 out of 4. The other 2 I did watch. I did watch them in the theater because, you had to go see. We'll get into it.
Mm-hmm. Let's start with the 1997. I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Needless to say, spoiler alert for all these movies. If you haven't seen them,
that's a good idea. I should put up a banner.
Come on, they're from the 1990s.
Here.
No, you don't need to put a spoiler alert. Oh God, really?
All right. There we go. Well, let me see if it doesn't cover up the image, though.
That is a really big warning.
Okay, we're not going to make the same mistake we made last week. There we go. Yeah, I think the spoiler thing is too large. It's covering up the image. So let me...
We'll just take it down and just make it just say spoiler alert. Just, you don't have to like...
yeah.
I mean...
So...
They can see it on Tubi.
Yeah. These movies did utilize a lot of the popular stars that were in... I call them teen soap operas because that's kind of what they were. I mean, I can't say for sure because I didn't really watch them, but because it seemed like it's a continuing story, it's giving soap opera to me. I didn't watch Dawson's Creek. I didn't watch Party of Five. I knew that they were on TV, but I just didn't watch them. During the time period, the TV shows I would have been watching were like Quantum Leap. There was another one, David Lynch. Twin Peaks. I used to watch Twin Peaks.
Nerd alert.
I'll be that. I just was never, even when I was in high school, when 90210 came on and I still didn't watch it. I was just like, these guys' hairlines are pushed way too far back for me to take them seriously. As teenagers, I'm not going to watch it. I have caught a few episodes of Degrassi and My So-Called Life, but again, couldn't get into it.
Nah, see, when those shows were on, I think they were on like the CW, some of them, and some of them were on Fox. So there was alternative programming I was watching. Like I think I don't remember what days they were on, but I do believe that I was watching stuff on the UPN, like brothers from what was it called? Oh my God, Homeboys in Outer Space.
Yeah,
the Wayans brothers. I was watching those shows. I wasn't watching Dawson's Creek.
I forgot about Homeboys in Outer Space.
Yeah, I was watching those shows. Those are funny. It was the Wayans brothers, and then there was Homeboys in Outer Space.
But yeah, what else? Yeah. For nighttime programming, yeah, that, and also I had HBO.
No. Well, good for you.
Yes.
I had to watch. I think it was like when Party of Five was on. Yeah, I think it was on Fox, maybe.
Yeah,
Was it?
it was. Fo Mickey Latte says my sister loved Party of Five. I couldn't watch it. That's how my sister was with
Yeah.
Melrose Place. Oh my God, she would watch Melrose Place.
I couldn't watch
Even though
Party.
that's not a teen drama soap, but it might as well have been. It was young adults in an apartment complex. All I remember is there was an explosion and this red-haired lady was wearing a wig and she pulled it off and it revealed that she had scars on her head because she didn't. I don't know. I didn't watch the show. I just saw that particular episode. I think it was a season finale.
Oh, well, nah. That was all. This was 90 what 6
97.
maybe. Yeah,
well,
I was.
Yeah, I Know What You Did Last Summer was 97.
Yeah, so let me see. Yeah, 18 plus 7. I was already 24. I wasn't watching these movies. I wasn't watching these shows with these teenagers.
Well, to be fair, they were 24 also. So
yeah, but
they weren't actual teenagers.
Okay.
A lot of them were older. Some of them were 27. I know there was one character on 90210. She was 30 years old and she was playing a teenager.
Well, okay. Let me walk that back and say I couldn't relate to Party of Five. I couldn't relate to Melrose Place. I couldn't relate to 90210 because that's not how I grew up. So I wasn't gonna watch a bunch of rich white kids getting into drama and singing that Heather, whatever the hell that lady's name was, that I Don't Want to Wait for Our Lives to Be Over song, because I didn't care. I didn't care if James Van Der Beek got a flat and broke up with his girlfriend. I didn't care.
For Mickey Legend says I watched Sweet Valley High. Can't tell you a thing that happened on it though. I will tell you there was one teen show that I watched, but I watched it when I wasn't a teen. I was actually a kid. I did watch Saved by the Bell, but I was 10 years old. And so they were cool to me because I was 10 years old.
Yeah, I watched like on Saturday mornings. I watched Saved by the Bell, and then I watched the other one. I forget what it was called, but it was the kid that was he was in Anthony Anderson was in it, and all I remember was Teddy grew. There was a special episode on Saturday morning, and his name was Teddy, and he was an alcoholic, and that's all I remember. Because they're like, Teddy's an alcoholic? Teddy's an alcoholic. And Teddy was like, I don't mean to be drinking in high school or whatever.
Yeah, that's just like this very special episode on Saved by the Bell when I think her name was Jessie. I'm not 100% sure. She got addicted to diet pills. I think they were diet pills.
Wait, which one was Jessie? Was the one with Showgirls?
Yeah, the one that was in Showgirls.
Yeah, everybody I knew grew up. Everybody I grew up around, they loved Jessie. They didn't. And Lisa Turtle.
Yeah.
Lark Voorhees. That was the only
she
two.
Was very beautiful.
But was because.
Well, we're not gonna say anything mean because she's going through some psychological issues. So I want to be sensitive to her.
Still love you, Lark.
Yes, we love you, Lark. We hope that you're getting all the support in medicine and therapy and everything that you need.
Yeah.
Let's get into I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Okay. Let's do it. I didn't take any notes. I can remember this.
Yeah, I don't have much notes on I Know What You Did Last Summer either. I mean, I took some notes for my review, but those are really in depth, so I'm gonna just go off the dome. Let's
tell the fine people. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sorry. Tell the fine people where you first saw this.
I first saw this last week. I decided, hey, the new one's coming out. Let me go back and watch the original and see what all the hubbub's about. And honestly, as much as people crap on this movie, it's not as bad as I was expecting it to be. But again, I live in a world post Skinamarink. And those trifling Amityville knockoff movies. So like but my barometer for bad movie is really, really low. It's in the basement. Yeah.
Well, hey, double features here.
Hey, what's up, double feature?
They say
we have to see the new movie.
You clicked off the one I clicked on, but I'll let you do it.
We clicked on it at the same time. They also said we enjoyed this one. Yeah, I did too.
Mhm.
I was surprised how much I enjoyed this movie because I like the mystery thriller element. When you think about this, and I'm gonna go off on a limb, I Know What You Did Last Summer is the closest thing that I've seen to an American giallo. The way that
Yeah.
the mystery is done, it felt like an Italian giallo. The only thing missing were the investigators. There's no police investigators, really.
What made me laugh is that we watched this together, and when we watched it, you were everyone's a suspect. You were like, he did it.
Yes,
No, he did it. No, he looked like, and I was sitting there going, all right, okay.
I was homeboy from Scream. Everyone is a suspect.
Yeah, you were. You definitely were.
Double Feature says used to watch it all the time, and also I can see that.
But go ahead.
Well, here's the description. 4 young friends bound by a tragic accident are reunited when they find themselves being stalked by a hook-wielding maniac in their small seaside town. I like the plot convention. I know that it originally comes from a book. I did not read the book, but I did look up some information on the book and some of the things that they changed. One of the major plot points that was changed from the book was that the person that they hit on the road was a child, actually. And so for the movie, they aged the person up to an adult that gets hit by the car.
Nope. Well, yeah, an adult. Yeah. What we find out was
yes. We found out. Well, let's go point by point. We start off with them. They've recently graduated high school. It's the 4th of July, and let me pull up the cast list. Oh, by the way, this is written by Kevin Williamson. If I'm not mistaken, he also did the screenplay for Scream. It's directed by. And
he did another movie on our list, by the way.
I noticed that when I was looking at the credits that he also did Urban Legends, 2 more movies. He did the screenplay for Urban Legend, and he also did the screenplay for The Faculty.
Yeah. But
so Kevin Williamson is all-star, but Helen, that's her name. Helen is the I always forget the name of her title. She's the queen. She's the something queen.
Croaker Queen, man. Croaker Queen.
Croaker Queen.
Jeez.
Yeah. That's Sarah Michelle Gellar, who of course went on to play Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Or she might have played it before. I'm not sure whether she was Buffy already or whether she did Buffy after this.
Yeah.
Marty's in the house. He says, yo, Lady Shasha, yo, Tony. And he also says, hey to Double Feature.
And they say, hey, back.
We also have Jennifer Love Hewitt playing Julie James.
Yes, we do.
And who else do we have in here? We have Anne Heche makes an appearance. Ryan Phillippe plays Barry. Freddie Prinze Jr. plays Ray Bronson.
Who'd you say made an appearance? The kid from Roseanne?
That's Johnny Galecki. Yeah, he played Max. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's from Roseanne.
Freddie Prinze. You said Freddie Prinze.
I said Freddie Prinze. Yeah. So those are the stars of this, and they were, I guess, very popular. Marketing wise, it's very smart to take these actors and put them in this, because I think I don't know if you were in the living room with me and my sister were discussing it, how they could do this again, but they would have to use like really big streamers and YouTubers. I'd watch that. They should make a slasher movie, and in the slasher movie, you got to have I'm trying to see, I'm getting choked up on the ages, because some of these people probably aged out of slasher movie material, because my first thought was like Trish Paytas and the Paul brothers, but they've kind of aged out of that. So it would have to be,
Paul brothers are making money otherwise. They don't need to be in a movie too.
They need to be early 20s. So I'm gonna say like Kai Cenat, I Show Speed. Know who I'd love to see get axed in a slasher movie?
Who?
The boy that keeps crashing all his cars. What's his name? Jack Doherty.
You know what?
You know the one he crashed his car.
No, I don't. I don't really know who you're talking about.
I literally showed you the video that he crashed his car, and he kept on saying I forgot what kind of car it was, but it might have been a Maybach or something. And his friend was bleeding, and instead of him caring about his friend bleeding, he handed his cell phone over to his bleeding friend to keep recording him so he could stay live streaming. I remember I specifically showed you that video. I don't know how you could forget something like that.
Easily. It's easily forgettable to me.
Well, he also crashed his boat somewhere here in Florida, and he got yelled at by an older boat owner who he crashed into. The guy looked like he could be Gen X, but he could have been Boomer, hard to tell. And then he crashes another car and tried to blame it on his girlfriend, his new girlfriend, who looks just like his old girlfriend who used to be an OnlyFans girl. It's a whole thing.
You know what the problem is with these people? They flaunt money. Like, they remind me, it was annoying back in the day when they would get the new iPhone, wait in line, get the new iPhone, and then smash it with a hammer or drop it. Those type of people, I don't care. That's why I don't watch them. That's why I don't remember them.
Well, we're not the target audience. Their target audience are like 12-year-olds.
Yeah, well,
I just only hear about the drama. Oh no, who else could they could put in a slasher movie? Johnny Somali. The dude that's on trial in Korea for being a nuisance streamer.
I was going to say Mr. Beast.
I would love to see these people, put them in a slasher movie. People would pay to see it. People would really pay to see it. Marty says Jen did a review for the new I Know What You Did Last Summer. It's hilarious. I bet it is.
Does she say penis?
I don't know, but what I usually do is if I'm going to make a review of something, I don't watch anyone else's review until I've done mine. Then I'll go back and watch everybody else's review after I've done mine, because I don't want to be like unconsciously influenced. And I also find it fun to do my review and then go and look at other people's reviews and see what kind of things we have in common or what things that we felt the same about. I think that's fun. He also says, I know that guy, Lady Shasha, he's an asshole. Yeah. I'm glad I'm not the only one. He got his chain snatched in California. Dole Feeder says, I'll have to check out Jen's review. Haven't seen the new film yet.
Movie reviews and YouTube gossip.
But I'm just saying that they could, because you don't have young nighttime stars anymore, because you don't have programs like this so much. So the stars of that age group that would be appropriate to put in slasher movies that I think young people would pay to see would be the streamers.
Yeah.
Because they do have a big audience, and at the same time they have that factor, because there's a lot of kids, from what I see from just reading people's comments online, that hate watch these people. They watch them to see them fail. And it gives me the same thing that how we felt when Paris Hilton was in House of Wax. Like, people literally went to see that movie to see Paris Hilton die.
And the audience cheered when she did that. When she got the pipe through her mouth, they went like, yeah.
Yeah.
But
it was just oversaturation. They just kept on kind of shoving her in our face a little too much.
Okay. So what did you think of this gore of this movie?
It was decent. I put my favorite kill on this slide.
The hook?
That's the hook through the jaw. I thought that was the best kill scene of the movie. It's the most memorable for me, anyways.
Yeah, it was the first one.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right. I lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
Ryan Phillippe was an asshole, though. Like,
yes,
the way he talked to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
He was, if it wasn't for him spilling his alcohol, sticking his head out of a sunroof, saying that he
really caused
the world was
thing.
his.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he's the one who was like, take it to your grave. You better say it, Julie. And like put her in a chokehold. Yeah. You know, this was the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. But go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was just going to say, what else do you remember about it? I got to get you back on track over here a little bit. So, like,
I remember trying to guess who the killer was, and it was a lot. There was several red herrings in this. They got rid of the first red herring right away, because you would think that at first the character of Max, who drove by in his pickup truck, you thought that maybe he might have been related to the person they hit with the car. So he was like the first red herring. And then the second red herring we got was Anne Heche's character, because she had a reason to be upset. But I like that the actual, well, since we're spoiling it, I like that they murderer is actually the person who they thought they murdered. I thought that's a really cool plot convention because
they
for
thought
all intents and purposes, they thought that they killed him.
but he was he the no was he the one on the road? I
Yes,
thought it
he
was
was the
his
one.
son. Oh,
No, that was
his son jumped off the cliff. By the way, that's a problem I have with that movie. It takes place where?
It's supposed to be in North Carolina.
North Carolina. There are no cliffs in North Carolina. Sorry.
Yeah, you could clearly tell everything looked West Coast. Nothing looked East Coast at all.
No. And that's the problem I had. Is you can't, if you're going to say it's North Carolina, maybe you should be in North Carolina. But, you know, a little bit of a minor inconvenience, I guess. Because what was I told when I said there's no cliffs in North Carolina? Like I said, let the movie go. What did you say? Something like let the movie breathe, or let it do it. Let it do what it does. Because
I also have a problem with the scene when Helen gets killed. It bothers me because if she had not stopped to turn around, she probably would have made it to the parade. It bothers me. She was running. She was so close to the parade, and she stopped to turn around, and he got her. And I don't know whether it's meant to be frustrating, but that was very frustrating.
Yeah. I like the Ryan Phillippe's death though, because the way he was up in the balcony talking about, that's my girl, and she's like looking through the spotlight, which you can't honestly. When they did my graduation, we had it at the Athenaeum, and the Wadsworth Athenaeum, and it was like there were spotlights, there were like all these lights, and you could not see the crowd at all. Like all you saw were lights. So I'm looking out into lights. So that was kind of realistic, but
yeah, I agree.
But she, everyone, because I did see this in the movie theater, so I've seen it twice now, a second time, and I just remember in the movie theater, the one part that was also directed by who'd you find out was a 12-year-old boy?
Yeah, it was a 12-year-old boy that directed the scene where Jennifer Love Hewitt spins around. Very
what do you want from us? What do you want from me?
No, it's what are you waiting for?
Oh yeah, we're with the Love Hewitts prominently displayed.
Yeah,
that was the money shot, so to speak. I mean, I remember everybody in the audience was like, "Geez, woof, wow!" It was like a mumble. But this movie was fun in the theater only because when you go, it was mostly people around my age, like
in your 20s at the time.
Yeah, so we were all it was more of a comedy to us. We were laughing. And it was back then, you could talk in the movie theater. And when Helen did what she did, people were like, "Bitch, don't turn around. What are you doing? You done bit like they were cursing at the screen, calling everybody all types of things for the child of God." It was a fun time, man.
It must have been fun to see this in the theater. I didn't get to see this in the theater. I did get to see Species in the theater, and that one people were very vocal.
Yeah, another one.
Yeah,
those were the 90s, man, where you could be vocal and no one said shh, because
yeah,
it's just ridiculous.
Because you don't go to see schlocky sci-fi movies or slasher movies for you to sip coffee and act all quiet. Like, go to the art house theater if you want that. Which, by the way, I did work in an art house theater. That's how I ended up seeing movies like Breaking the Waves, Amelie. What else came out? Paris is Burning. We used to have those at the art house theaters. Oh, Boxing Elena.
Are you? Hopefully you're saying this with your pinky out and you're sipping on your coffee as you're saying this, because
yeah, that's how I learned how to make espresso and cappuccino and lattes. I had to make those. It was wild. It was a art house cinema as well as an art gallery. It was called Real Artways in Hartford. I think it's still open. Hopefully it's still open.
Yeah, well, but you don't know how to make a espresso or whatever. You just take the espresso mix that you get from the Swiss Miss stuff and mix it in there and go, "Here's my espresso."
Yeah, because when you work in a place where you have to make espresso and cappuccino all the time, it loses its luster. You don't feel like doing that again. And also the machine. Oh my God, I got burned so many times by the machine.
By the steam.
Yes, not just the
But,
steam, the apparatus itself, because the whole machine heats up really hot. Well, back
well, I don't know.
the one that we had back in 1998 did.
I don't know.
I can't speak to like what a new model 2025 espresso
I,
machine would be
all
like.
I can say is I don't know about that because I used to work in a McDonald's and I worked in a Friendlies and it still doesn't stop me from making a hamburger. I don't
Well,
go,
to
oh
be
God, I don't want to make another hamburger. I made him for 5 years. No, I'm
yeah,
gonna make a hamburger, you know.
this is true.
But anyways, this movie, the ridiculousness of it was when they were on the boat in the middle of the ocean. But just like dangerous animals in other movies that involve a boat,
Hmm.
the sea is remarkably calm whenever they're out there.
Because they're not in the sea. They usually shoot these boat scenes in a sound stage that's has a water basin.
Yeah, and they also make. I've heard that they make the water warm too, so that the actors, don't get uncomfortable. That's what I heard.
Oh, well, that's good.
No, you know what? If I was James Cameron and DiCaprio and what's her face Rose, were in that water, I'd make it cold just to get the reaction I want.
No, because the thing is, you can endanger the actors. That happened on the set of one of the Friday the 13th movies. I can't remember whether it was 2 or 3. One of the actresses, the one that was supposed to be floating in that boat, the water was so cold she got hypothermia.
Oh, you know what I did?
It's the reason why that particular actor, there was an actor that played Jason on that. He did not come back in part 3 because he didn't like how the actors were treated on set in part 2.
By the way, a movie knowledge trivia that has nothing to do with any horror movies, but Die Hard. If you watch Die Hard again, anybody,
Yeah.
if when Hans Gruber gets let go, like at the end of the movie, and they put it in slow motion, and you see his fear in his face as he's falling from Nakatomi Towers. They actually pushed him. They didn't tell him, and they let him go. And that was an actual scary face that he was making as he was falling slow motion. But he didn't fall out of a tower. But he was like 20 feet up in a sound stage or whatever. And they were like, "Oh yeah, well, whoop!" And they just let him go, and they recorded his face as he was going down. So that was actual fear.
Yeah, that's messed up.
Hey, he was very pissed off about it, I heard. But hey,
that's just anyways, like when in The Exorcist, the director like smacked one of the actors and then yelled action.
Yeah, it's because he was mad.
Like, to get the feeling of like a reaction to a demon. But before we move on to the next movie,
I got a question for you about this. About Know What You Did Last Summer. What did you think of Love Hewitt's acting? What her scary screams? Because I think you might have let out a sigh or because she screamed a lot.
In the boat scene, it was just scream after scream after scream, and her character was just next to useless. Like Freddie Prinze Jr.'s Ray had to save her over and over again because she's kind of like what Neve Campbell described in Scream, which is funny since it's Kevin Williamson wrote both. But like her character just kept screaming, and it had no real not a whole lot of fight in her in this.
It's insulting. She ran up the stairs instead of out the front door. It's insulting. But my other thing is, if we're not going to do Urban Legends, I Know What You Did Last Summer Part 2, or I Still Know What You Did, whatever the hell it's called. But Plot Hole 2, when he Ben Kramer, what was his name? Ben Tramer?
No, it's not. Ben Tramer's from Halloween. He actually got hit by a car in Halloween too.
Oh, well, okay. Well, then what was his name? I forget. Okay, let's just say the fisherman.
Yeah, we'll just say Ben the fisherman.
Well, when he was caught in a boat and his arm got caught, right? And he fell in the water and they pulled the net out and they found his hand. How the hell did he get his hand back in part 2?
The world will never know.
His hand was ripped off. I thought maybe he would stick the hook
where
the stump was, but nope. So we're not, hey, we're supposed another plot hole. I'm supposed to let the movie play out, right? I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But all in all, this movie was really fun to me. I enjoyed it. It made her look. It made Julie look nuts because as you look at the crab scene right there with what's his face's body in the in the
Mm-hmm.
trunk with all the crabs. First of all, how the hell get all the crabs in there and get them out?
Yeah, that's a plot hole too. Like, there's no way you could do that. There wasn't enough time.
You're just not supposed to notice that.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the jump scare at the end when
Oh
she was
yeah,
in the
through
showers.
the glass. Yeah, that was kind of cool.
But
That was fun. That was fun.
all right, and now
I have some trivia.
go for it.
Um, According to IMDb, grain of salt, because these things can be publicly edited. So I just want to give that disclaimer as I do trivia that you have to take these with a grain of salt because of the source. Kevin Williamson wrote this script before his screenplay for Scream, but was unable to sell it. Following the big screen success of Scream, Columbia Pictures immediately bought I Know What You Did Last Summer and produced it to capitalize off the newfound horror success. Because I Know is mostly a straight up modern update of an old slasher horror movie rather than a deconstruction of the genre, many critics and fans felt this was a huge step down from Williamson's more clever and innovative Scream script.
Well, you don't need to have every movie fit the same entire exact plot. I mean, look at Jurassic Park. You can't like every movie is not going to be, you know what I mean? Like you have to have a little bit of variation.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, continue on.
The rocky roads surrounding Dawson's Beach, where Julie, Ray, Helen, and Barry have their hit and run, and later Julie travels across frequently, is the same mountainous road location used in Alfred Hitchcock's classic The Birds from 1963.
Which took place in California.
Mm-hmm. Despite being part of the main cast and appearing in many key scenes together, the characters Helen, played by Sarah Michelle Gellar, and Ray, played by Freddie Prinze Jr., only speak to each other twice. Ray says, "How do you know that?" And Helen says, "Missy said there was a friend named Billy Blue," at around the 1 hour, 2 minute mark. And Ray says, "No, it's not. It's true." And Helen says, "Yeah, I don't think so, Ray," at around 10 minutes. Despite the fact that the two barely interact on screen, Gellar and Prince became good friends after meeting on this film. They later fell in love and got married.
Oh, well, there you go.
I didn't know this next fact. Writer Louis Duncan was vehemently opposed to her adult novel being reworked into a slasher film, stating she was appalled in one interview. This was due to the fact that her youngest daughter was murdered by an unknown assailant in 1989. She said, quote, "As the mother of a murdered child, I don't find violent death something to squeal and giggle about." Her original book wasn't that far off from a slasher, though. It's still a bunch of guilty teenagers being stalked and terrorized by a murderous madman. It's just that nobody dies in her version. So, in that sense, it's more like an old school mystery.
If he's a murderous madman, then there had to be a mention of a murder in it, right?
I would think so, because you can't
Well,
call someone murderous if they haven't murdered anyone.
right. Okay. But
Here's the trivia that we spoke about earlier in this broadcast. One scene shows Julie in her breaking point, twirling around and asking the killer what he's waiting for, even though he's nowhere to be seen. So it looks like she's talking to the air. When speaking to Us Weekly in 2018, Jennifer Love Hewitt revealed that that kind of scene was a kid's idea. Quote, "The scene was actually directed by a kid who won a contest to come on and create a moment for the movie, and it became the biggest part of the movie," she shared. She said that she had no idea where he was now, but that she wasn't thrilled about the idea at the time. At first, he's like, "I want her to stand in the street and turn around and just scream, 'What are you waiting for, huh?'" Love Hewitt said, "I was literally like, 'Are you kidding me right now? This is what I'm going to do?' Okay, this was a great idea."
well, I mean, and look what it came out to.
Mm-hmm. In Love with Horrors in the house, they said, "Hey everyone." They
Hello.
also posted a review for I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Which one? The new one or the
new one, I believe.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I can't wait for your
Um,
review of that one because
mhm.
oh boy, I have some stuff to say, but we're not going to review it, so I won't be able to say anything. All right.
Okay, the original trailer for the movie described Kevin Williamson and the movie as from the creator of Scream. Miramax owners of Scream successfully sued Columbia Pictures for false advertising, and the phrase was removed.
Oh, I wonder why. False advertising. It's
Mhm.
from the creator of Scream,
Well,
right?
it says I think it's with an S, creators, and since no, it says from the creator of Scream, yeah.
He did Scream.
Well, he did the screenplay,
Oh
but
well.
because, Miramax are the producers, they also consider
Hmm.
themselves the creators of. In Love with Horror says, "You should definitely hear what my husband has to say about it, LOL. We reviewed the OG one on the podcast." Oh, I'll have to listen to that.
Yeah.
We'll have to listen to that is when we get off of here, because 'cause I'm
Yeah.
interested in hearing that. I'm gonna wait until I do my review for I Know What You Did Last Summer, then I'm gonna watch everyone else's reviews. That's how I usually do it. Um, let's see if there's any other interesting trivia here.
The Croaker Queen.
Yeah, I never remembered it because it doesn't make sense to call her Croaker, the Croaker Queen. I hate the sound of that.
Yeah.
Okay, the set relocated from North Carolina to California for the scene where the 4 teenagers run over the man, which we already know that just by looking at the
Yeah.
topography. Producer Eric Feig said that North Carolina was the flattest state. They needed a more curvy and dangerous looking road.
You could have just went to the backwoods of North Carolina.
But
The
they wouldn't be by the
Adirondack,
ocean. But
the
they wouldn't be by the
mountains.
ocetion. They
Well,
needed it to
yeah.
because it's a fishing village and you need a fishing man that had to
Oh,
hook. So it needed
yeah.
to be by the ocean.
Couldn't it just been like a? We've driven through North Carolina, and there's a straight road, and it was completely black because we drove at night. You
Mhm.
can't just hit somebody on a road like that and do the same exact thing without a cliff.
Well, they needed to have something to dump him over, I
They
guess.
could have thrown him in the bushes.
Uh, Texvor says, "Hello, Lady Shasha. Hello, everyone else." He always does that. Hey, Tex, how are you?
What? Hello, Lady
Um,
Shasha, and hello, everyone else.
yeah. Double Feature says, "We'll have to check that review." Yes, definitely. Reese Witherspoon auditioned, but she changed her mind with Drew. But she did recommend her then boyfriend Ryan Phillippe for the role of Barry.
Oh, Barry.
Now, interesting enough, Jennifer Love Hewitt auditioned for the role of Helen, and Sarah Michelle Gellar auditioned for the role of Julie. But the casting director flip flopped it, said you would be better with this role, and you would be better with that role.
Yeah, I can see that. Like, I understand it. Yeah. This movie just makes me laugh every time. I just when I'm looking at the pictures and it just makes me laugh because
Mm-hmm.
the
Oh,
way you jumped. I don't really jump at scary movies anyways, but
yeah.
you jump. Like you literally jumped a couple times in this
I
movie.
jumped at the scene when they were upstairs in the department store, even though I knew it was going to happen. And there was a recent movie that kind of borrowed that same jump scare, the jump scare with all the mannequins, and then the fisherman is underneath the plastic. And
Yeah.
Peter Pan's Neverland, what's it called? Peter Pan's Neverland
Nightmare.
Nightmare. They did the same type of thing. They had a room full of mannequins with the plastic over them, and had somebody jump out from that.
Yeah. Oh,
Um, In Love
go
with Horror
ahead.
says, "I'm glad she didn't get that role." Reese Witherspoon, no. Double Feature says, "I think the casting works well." They agree. They couldn't see Reese. Absolutely not. Tex says, Ryan Philippi, I can't say his name, Philippi, another forgotten teen heartthrob. He was such a huge heartthrob. I remember him
What
in,
other
he
was
was
he in
in,
shows?
he was in this movie. It was a remake of Dangerous Liaisons. Cruel
Oh,
Intentions.
yeah,
Cruel
Double
Intentions
Feature
is
already
a
posted it.
yeah. Thank you. Yes.
But
Yeah,
was he
that's when he
like
looked his best. He was really beautiful in Cruel Intentions, even though his
beautiful?
character was horrible, but he
Beautiful.
looked beautiful. Yes.
I don't understand. I don't was he was He wasn't on TV though.
I
I
don't
don't
remember
know.
him being on TV, but he could have been.
Yeah. 'Cause- Sorry, I was hitting my mute for a second. I had to adjust my mic, but I don't know. I don't remember him from anything but just being an asshole and getting hit by his own BMW, and somehow he just broke his arm.
Mm.
He got smashed through a wall.
Double
Broke his
Feature
arm.
says he's doing TV now.
That's good. Hey, he's
Um,
still making his money.
I got some more. The urban legend discussed at Dawson's Beach by Ray, Julie, Helen, and Barry is the boyfriend's death story. And all four of their versions are alternate incarnations of the tale. The initial being the hook in the car door campfire story, which did not feature the death of either the boyfriend or girlfriend. However, that same death was featured in the movie Urban Legend that we will be talking about next.
Yeah.
For the role of Barry, the crew had envisioned an actor with a 6'2" quarterback appearance or 1.88 meter appearance, as the character had been written as an intimidating figure. Ryan Phillippe was ultimately cast in the part based on his audition, despite the fact that he was not physically tall at 5'10", as the script had called for. But being on an A-list back in 1997, Phillippe had a leg up on most of the other auditionees.
I have to admit that with him, he was kind of brolic with the Ben there.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was ready to throw down. He was like, he wasn't taking any guff. Let's say he wasn't taking any guff from a fisherman.
Tech says, yeah, I thought that was a good remake. That's when I first saw him in the only film I've seen him in. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But yeah, Ben the fisherman. I don't even know what else to say. No, never mind. I was going to ask you if this person survived, but they did.
Okay. Kevin Williamson's father was a fisherman in real life and wore slicker similar to that of the killer. And this is what inspired the killer's outfit in this movie.
You know what that whole thing reminded me of? You had a classmate that had a boyfriend that was a fisherman.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Yeah,
And
I remember.
every time he would tell us stories, because he would go in the Gulf of Mexico, and he would tell us stories, and I was always like, yeah, huh. Like he reminded me of the fisherman. But yeah, it's just it was good for its time for me. I mean, I didn't mind watching it again because it's good watching these kind of movies with someone who hasn't seen them before, so you can see the reactions. But yeah, like I said, it was good for it was, what was also good was
What?
all of these movies. I did tend to think, what a great snapshot of how we used to dress in the 90s. Like, what they were wearing was what we wore. Like, it's just the way it was, So, young people, if you're listening to this and you want to know, oh, I want to dress like throwback, like they used to do in the 90s. Watch these movies and you'll see how we dressed.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate. Here's another teen star at the time, or teen early 20s star. I don't know their exact age at the time, but Melissa Joan Hart turned down the role of Julie because she thought it was another ripoff of Scream. Hart was not entirely wrong, as the two are very much cut from the same cloth and written by the same screenwriter, Kevin Williamson. Williamson adapted Lewis Duncan's novel, I Know What You Did Last Summer, first in the early to mid-90s. He shopped it around the studios, who all said no, since slasher movies were dead at that point. So he put it away. Then around 1995, while house sitting for a friend and in the midst of getting shining like cabin fever, after watching a news story about Florida's Gainesville Ripper, he suddenly got inspired. He reportedly whipped out the 120-page screenplay for Scream in about 48 hours while listening to the soundtrack for Halloween. He submitted it to the studios, and Miramax eagerly bought it and produced it. Scream, of course, became a massive hit in December 1996 and single-handedly revitalized the slasher genre. At that point, Williamson took his I Know script out of the mothballs and resubmitted it. Columbia Pictures then bought the rights, and the rest is history. So actually, if anything, Scream is a ripoff of I Know and not the other way around. Although Scream is widely regarded as a meta commentary on slasher horror movies rather than an example of one.
Yeah, like if people ask, like, if you were, what do you remember more? Oh, yes. Okay, so go ahead. You want to read the? You're not going to read
Oh,
the.
yeah. Yeah. In Love with Horror says, yes, it's a time capsule, and Double Feature says the kids are bringing that fashion back. Yes, they're calling it Y2K fashion.
But that's why. But that's why I like the 70s movies, like the 70s
Mhm.
movies that are set in New York, like
Mhm.
that one that you made me. What was it? Maniac. Yes, Maniac.
Well, Maniac was in 1980, but I think I also showed you. Well, I showed you a bunch of stuff from 1980. I showed you Maniac. I showed you Madman. What else did I show you Driller Killer yet?
No,
Oh, you got to watch that one too. That goes well.
but
That pairs well with Maniac.
those movies to me, like just even the 70s movies with how
Mhm.
cool their sunglasses were, and how they would dress. Like
Mhm.
even the giallos that you showed me from the 70s,
Yeah.
they always had really cool sunglasses. And
Oh, there was one
that's
from the 70s I think I showed you. What was it called? It was with the girls that went to the Spanish camp for the summer, and someone was picking them off one by one, and there was also like there was
was
that
it.
movie had like 3 different red herrings.
And I picked the killer out right away. Was that the one? When I was
Yes,
like, that's the killer.
yeah, when you said, "Oh, it's the teacher," and I was like,
You were
"Jeez."
like, damn it! Like, because how many movies,
I
even
never
recently, how
Bloody
many?
Moon, that's the name of it. I always forget the title. It's called Bloody Moon. Well,
How
it
many?
probably has several titles, but in
How
the
many?
US it was called Bloody Moon.
I was gonna say was how many movies have we watched so far, even
Mhm.
recently, that I said that person's the killer, and I hear no, it's not, and it
Oh,
turns out to be the.
you literally did that with the new I Know What You Did Last
Yeah, I
Summer.
did. I as
Like,
soon
within
as
the
I
first as soon as that character was introduced, you said, "That's the killer."
and you guys said why, and I said because she's dark and brooding, and you guys said what? Because the way they shot her was everybody else was like kind of lit up,
So you
but
just spoiled it by saying her. I just said the
oh
killer.
well. Anyways, the person was lit up like everybody else was lit up, and this person
Mhm.
had like a light over the top of them, and it made them look a little darker than everybody else. And I
Mhm.
said, "That's your killer right there." And they said, "No, it's not. Let the movie play out." And lo and behold,
Mhm.
I was right. And I remember throwing my hands up in the air at the end, saying, "Yep, yeah." Again, it's just the way they shoot people. Like if you pay attention, it's the way people are either introduced or shot.
Mhm.
Right in the beginning, if you pay attention, you can see what's going on.
I
But
was
maybe I'm
mis
just more observant.
It sounds like I was mistaken. Remember we were talking about the boat scenes and I said it was probably shot on a soundstage? It
Yeah.
was not. The final sequence on the boat was shot on an actual waterbound vessel on the Cape Fear River, which proved difficult for the actors and crew, according to Gillespie. The filmmakers nearly lost the boat while attempting to dock it due to the volatile waters, after which they were forced to leave and shoot other footage until the following day.
Yeah, Cape Fear, that river is. I guess it's very unpredictable.
Mhm.
Ask Max Cady, he'll tell you.
Mhm.
You don't get that. You don't get that joke.
No, I didn't. Who's Max Cady?
Oh my God, you have never seen Cape Fear?
Oh, not really.
The Robert
I've
De
seen
Niro one? You haven't seen that one?
I've seen the trailer for Cape Fear, but I have not
Oh
seen the movie Cape Fear.
my goodness! Then you
No.
won't get.
And
Nah.
that's the remake, because I think the original Cape Fear is from like the 50s
Yeah,
or
it's from the
60s.
40s. Yeah, or
Oh, maybe
40s or
40s.
50s or something like that. Yeah, but it's the
Mhm.
same. It's the same story. But yeah, it'll make you learn loss, counselor.
Hey, Sandy. Welcome to the chat. Anything else here? No, I was just talking about the dates of that principal photography started.
Yeah.
According to Stokely Chafin, the producer sought out actors who were beautiful but likable.
Yeah, that was obvious. But they weren't likable to me. They were just there. I was more rooting for Ben the fisherman.
Why?
because I never, like I said before, I didn't watch these shows where these people were on, so I don't know. Like, Freddie Prinze Jr. came on, everybody's like, oh,
I know more his father, because his father starred on Chico and the Man.
Yeah, who doesn't know Chico and the Man? But I mean, like, seeing it in the theater, you had teenage boys or boys my age around there, and was like, yeah, thank you, Sandy, absolute. She
Sandy
doesn't know what
says
she's missing.
Cape Fear is a great one. Robert De Niro is terrifying.
That's right. Gonna make you learn a loss, counselor. I keep saying that part.
This says, although the film is not specifically included on Roger Ebert's most hated list, he only awarded it 1 star and described it as, quote, a tedious series of obligatory scenes in which non-essential characters are murdered by a bloody hook. But Roger Ebert has never been a fan of slasher movies. I sometimes watch his reviews just to laugh because he hates slasher movies. He says that they're all misogynistic. What else he said? Oh, he hated Poltergeist too. He said Poltergeist was horrible. And I'm like, I cannot agree with you on that at all.
Well, yeah. That's right. He had to be an edgelord.
Well, I think he just wasn't into horror. Some people are like that. They just can't stomach horror. They don't like it. They don't understand how horror fans can get enjoyment from it. They just don't. They just don't get it.
Yeah, we're all mental or whatever you want to say, because we're all like horror blood. Some of us are like, I did see an interesting fact that said something about if you can watch a horror movie and then fall right to sleep, you're probably a psychopath.
Well, that's not true, because I can depending on the type of movies. Slasher movies, I can fall right to sleep. A slasher movie has never affected me. Yeah. Supernatural, anything that's got to do with like possession, that stuff will keep me up at night. It really will. That I cannot deal with well-made. I'm talking about well-made movies like The Exorcist. Still to this day is going to bug me. It's going to be difficult for me to sleep thinking about that. The Conjuring, that kept me up at night.
No,
The Conjuring kept me up at night. That was creepy, even though it's not. Well, there was a bit of possession in that too. Yeah.
Those movies, I think I said it on your horror movie news, and you just started laughing because I said I would be that person that would watch Nosferatu, the one that you can't hear or like that doesn't have any talking, and I'd fall asleep to it. You said you're probably right. I would. They don't. I don't know. I'm just different. But yes, I agree with Tex Var. Whatever happened to Julia Lewis from Cape Fear and Dusk Till Dawn? She's always in those serial killer movies from the 90s. If you remember, she was also a serial killer movie with Woody Harrelson and that movie Natural Born Killers. That's right.
Double feature answer. She's on the new Yellow Jackets now. That's on Amazon Prime. I have to get caught up on that because they're like on season 5 and I'm still watching season 1.
What is that?
Yellow Jackets is about this sports team of girls that they're on a plane and the plane crashes. And it flashes back and forth between current day and past tense. So there's 2 actors playing each of the characters. The actors are playing the teens, and then there's actors playing them in their 30s.
Oh, okay.
Or 40s, 30s or 40s-ish.
It's supposed to be gory?
I haven't gotten to any gory parts yet. I'm still watching season 1. But it's implied so far that something terrible happened when they were stranded after the plane crash. And there's some mystery because someone's trying to find out like where the rest of the girls are and what they're up to. It's giving like maybe they did some Lord of the Flies type stuff when they were stranded down there. And I'm not 100% sure because, like I said, I have not watched the entire thing, but I feel like there might have been cannibalism. I don't know for sure. I got to continue watching it. But the clues that it's giving me is that they were stranded and they might have eaten somebody. I don't know.
Okay.
I got to continue watching it to find out.
All right.
Sandy says, I used to watch Roger Ebert and Gene Siskel when there was nothing else to watch on TV. Their opinions never mattered. No, they don't. Their reviews are still uploaded to YouTube. I watch them for fun because sometimes it's fun to see them argue with each other because they will straight put each other down, and so it's fun. Tex says, I was thinking of the one she did with Brad Pitt called California. I haven't seen that one
too. You haven't seen California?
No. Texas,
Oh,
I was thinking of that's a repeat. Doc Kaiju's in the house, says hi. Please remember to like the stream. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
by
Thank you
the
for that.
way, Juliette Lewis was in one of your favorite movies, recently from
Which
2019.
which was that? You gotta be more
Um,
specific.
I'm just gonna tell you the tagline is "Get home safe."
Hmm.
Should I give you a maybe? Let me try to find one. And don't spoil it, chat, for a second. Let me find one. Maybe a movie quote really quickly, and then
While you're doing that, I'm gonna say this bit of trivia. The killer's arming of himself with a hook is a reference to the urban legend The Hook, which the four main characters recount at the beginning of the film around a campfire. According to Williamson, he wrote the scene as a way of indicating what was to come. Quote, basically what I was doing was I was setting the framework to say, all right, audience, that's the legend. Now here's a new one. Unlike Williamson's screenplay for the film's contemporary Scream, which incorporated satire of the slasher film, I Know What You Did Last Summer was written more as a straightforward slasher film. Gillespie commented in 2008, quote, the joy of this film for me as a filmmaker was in taking the elements that we've seen before and saying to the audience, here's something you've seen before, knowing that they're saying we've seen this before and still getting them to jump. Gillespie also claimed that he felt Williamson's screenplay did not resemble a slasher movie and that he saw it rather as simply a really good story and a morality tale embedded within it. Yeah, I could see that. It's definitely a morality tale, and I actually thought that it could continue that way because when I watched I Still Know What You Did Last Summer, and I watched I'll Always Know What You Did Last Summer. And I was not mad at the plot convention in I'll Always Know What You Did Last Summer because I thought, well, this opens it up for it to be continued sequels. You could have the fisherman just show up to exact revenge on anyone that's done someone wrong, but they
yeah,
just left it there. They didn't do it. I even came up with a plot in my head. I said that
you
I would have
did.
made another I Know What You Did Last Summer, but I would have made it about a fraternity who tried to drug a girl to take advantage of her, but she had an allergic reaction and died from the drugs that she ended up ingesting, and then they covered up her death.
And then
And
I
then
said to
the
you,
fisherman comes back. The only thing about my story is because it's in college and it's frat stuff. It wouldn't center around the 4th of July, so you have to change it to like
right?
fall. And I don't have a problem with it changing it to fall, but you really could have had a lot of sequels with this.
And I combated that thought process by saying we already had a man with a hook and a jacket
Yes,
that came back
his
for
name was
revenge.
Candyman.
Right.
Yes,
So
his name was Danielle Robitaille. Yes,
right. So I
the best
mean,
the best to ever
Candyman.
do it.
It was
Yes.
Candyman. But
Mhm.
anyways, so
No, well,
that
I'm just saying that's Candyman's name. Before he passed away, his name was Daniel Robitaille. He
yeah.
was an
Well,
artist, and then after he passed away, he got the nickname Candyman.
but
And he also say,
before
"Sweets to
before
the
you
sweet."
before you move on, all
Mhm.
I gotta say, I remember the line now. All I
What?
gotta say is she was in a movie where the woman says, "Don't make me drink alone," repeatedly.
Oh, it's "Don't Make Me Drink Alone." You're talking about Ma.
Yeah, she was in Ma.
Don't make me
Okay.
drink alone. I love that. Yes, and there is going to be a sequel. Ma 2 is in the works. Doc Kaiju, congratulations on becoming a new channel member. Thank you. And they also say, how long have you had memberships and how have I not noticed? I've just been able to have memberships for maybe a week or 2 weeks. It might have been 2 weeks at top. I'm not even sure. I'm still reading up on how to work with memberships because it's my understanding that I can do like members only streams and stuff like that. So I'm wondering if maybe I can do a watch along with members only. I like that idea, but I just have to get my ducks in a row, make sure I'm not violating anything.
But when you do it, we all
Mm-hmm.
got to wear the jacket, the members only
Oh,
jacket.
my members only jacket. I do have a members only
I know,
jacket.
I know you
I
do.
should wear it. I should wear it for the
I know
members
you
only
do.
stream. Yes.
But anyways, all right. So
Yeah.
to
Let's
move
wrap
this,
this.
we'll keep moving this along, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So your next one that you watched, when did you watch? Did you watch this one in the theater?
No, the next one, I did not see in the theater. I saw it last week. again last weekend.
Yeah,
And that's
again,
Urban Legend.
last weekend.
So I finally watched Urban Legend. The cast is stacked in this movie. I did not realize that. You had Brad Dourif, Robert Englund, you had Jared Leto.
Yep, you had Danielle Harris.
Yes, that's Danielle Harris there in the goth makeup. What's her name with the microphone? Tara Reid.
Tara
I
Reid.
almost forgot her name. Tara Reid and Loretta Devine as the security guard.
Yeah, the one that was watching the Foxy, not Foxy Brown. She was watching Pam Grier show.
Coffee.
A
I think
movie.
she was watching Coffee.
Oh yeah.
I know what I should look in the trivia and it'll tell
Wasn't
us which
she-
movie she was watching.
Wasn't she also in that Halloween H2O or whatever? One of those stupid Halloween.
No. That was
movies?
LL Cool J. That was in Halloween H2O.
No. There was a security guard in one of those Halloweens.
Yes, that was LL Cool J.
He was a security guard.
He was security guard in
I thought he was a chef.
H2O. I mean, he was a chef in Deep Blue Sea.
Oh, okay.
I have a list. I'm going to make I have a list that I'm going to make a video eventually about
All right.
specifically rappers and horror movies.
Oh,
Because there was a moment where you had LL Cool J in H2O. You had Busta Rhymes in Halloween Resurrection. You had Rod Digger in 13 Ghosts. You had Ice Cube in Anaconda and Ghosts of Mars. Who else did you have? You had Ice-T and Leprechaun in the Hood. You had Sticky Fingers and Leprechaun Back to the Hood, but I think he was also in the Blades TV series. Who else was in? It was like mad rappers. Even Will Smith in I Am Legend. Who else? There was like a whole moment where Coolio was in a bunch of horror movies too. And then there was a movie, The Hip Hop Witch, that had a bunch of rappers in it. But yeah, there was a moment where Hollywood could not get enough of putting a rapper in a horror movie. It was like from 2000 to 2010 that it was like a lot.
As we're forgetting, the annoying dude with the blonde hair from Urban Legends was also Pacey.
He's from Dawson's Creek. His name is, let me find his name.
Those two
there
dudes.
He is. There he is. He is Joshua Jackson. And I always say Joshua Jackson and him having a type, because how about he was married to what's this beautiful model actress. What is her name? She's so gorgeous. Vogue did a whole like spread. Joshua Jackson's wife. Jodie Turner-Smith, that's her name. She is gorgeous. Vogue did this featurette on her. I think it was before the Oscars, maybe, or it was some award ceremony, and they just were showing, the designer getting her ready in her gown and just showing the jewelry they selected for her. Beautiful, beautiful brown skinned lady. And how about this dude? Okay, so he gets divorced from Jodie Turner-Smith. Guess who he pops up with next?
I don't know.
Lupita Nyong'o.
Oh.
Another gorgeous, beautiful brown. Dude has a type. He has great taste, but there's a little bit of overlap. There's a little overlap because
Celebrity Dating Minute.
Yeah, it was like between the time he got divorced and popped up with, with Lupita.
Yeah.
It really made you look
You're
like
saying,
was he running around with Lupita before he got divorced? I have questions. I don't know.
And this has been the Celebrity Dating Minute with Lady Shasha, folks.
Yes. Hey, somebody had to talk about it. I did mention Jared Leto is in this too. He's there in the top right corner. And there's somebody, the Noxzema girl. I have to look up her name. And
Rebecca Gayheart.
Rebecca Gayheart. I didn't know that. I just know her as the Noxzema girl.
Yeah. But I don't know if you're looking up the trivia, but as we watched this movie, you guys pretty much knew, because in the very beginning, when the girl's driving and that turn around, and you said there better be someone in the back seat, or else this movie is really stupid, or whatever you said at the very beginning.
I said it was going to be a waste of a good song choice if there wasn't someone in the back seat.
And then Brad Dourif shows up with his heavy stutter.
That was a great scene.
Yeah,
that was such a great scene with Brad Dourif.
That caught you. That hooked you into the movie.
Yes, absolutely.
But
let me start with the description. This is Sorry about that. The IMDb description is, quote, a college student suspects a series of bizarre deaths are connected to certain urban legends. But I like this description better. Someone named Kay Wilson wrote this description on IMDb. Shout out to Kay Wilson. And they wrote, urban legend tells the story of a group of pretty college students at a remote New England university. The focus of the story is Natalie, a beautiful, academically gifted student who has a dark secret in her past. Natalie and her friends are all enrolled in the folklore class being taught by Professor Wexler. Wexler regales his class with urban legends, which includes Pendleton's own urban legend about a psych professor who murdered 6 students 25 years ago. When several students are found dead, Natalie is the first one to suspect there's a killer on campus, especially after she has ties to all the victims. Soon enough, she finds that her friends are being picked off one by one and that her own murder will be the killer's ultimate urban legend. Shout out to Kay Wilson for writing that again. That was well stated.
This movie, okay, so since we're doing spoilers again, did you suspect the Noxzema girl or Rebecca Gayheart at all?
No, not at all. Not until towards the end when she had a more muted response to people being found dead. I was like, well, that's a real casual response she's having. But at the beginning, they kind of misdirect you because they have that whole side plot about the professor that killed all the students and how the only survivor from the students that were killed was Robert Englund's character was the sole survivor of that massacre. So they kind of set it up for you to kind of look at him as the red herring. And they were doing a good job because when it comes out that it's the Noxzema girl, you're like, where is this? This is out of left field. Why is she doing this?
She played good crazy. Like she played good crazy. But
oh my God, her facial acting, her eyes.
You immediately did one of my moves because you said to me during the movie, you said, well, we know it's not Robert Englund because he's not going to play a serial killer. He's already played one. And that's exactly what you said, something like that. And I just started laughing because, so you eliminated him right away.
Yep.
But, and then, so if everybody's looking at the stream, the two people behind Rebecca Gayheart, the Pacey and that other dude, I could not wait for either one of them to die because they were just the most annoying college people I've ever seen in my life. One was always trying to get some booty, and the other one just thought he was the man. He was like, yeah. But as far as urban legends are concerned, you two were very astute in your urban legends because you knew, like, the whole debate that we had during the movie, we had literally paused. It was, I never heard of the scratching on the roof of the car one. I never heard that because I grew up in a city and, we had different urban legends like Spanish Fly and a young lady. And I don't want to go too detailed into it because, it's kind of, I mean, I got to say,
for work.
It's not, well, let's just say
I can retell it in a cleaner way because you told it to me during the movie.
Yeah.
Apparently in the inner city, there's a urban legend about a girl who took Spanish Fly and she got intimate with the gear shift of a car and died. And I'm just like, I've never heard that urban legend before in my life.
And then there was another one about the mall that
tell that one about the mall. I had never heard that one.
Yeah, they said that we had a rural mall that everybody used to take the bus from the city into the mall.
Say the one. Just say West Farms Mall in West Hartford, Connecticut.
West Hartford, Connecticut, because I grew up in Hartford, and we used to hear that you shouldn't go to the West Farms Mall because in the bathroom down by there was like a restaurant down there. They're like down by the restaurant. Don't go to the bathroom in the mall, especially that bathroom, because what happened was there was a girl that someone knew a girl always that knew someone knew a girl that was using the bathroom, and somebody came in there and drugged her up with some heroin and shaved her head bald and then left. And there was never a police report about it, but that's what they said. So no one ever went down to that bathroom. Into the corner.
We never heard like where I grew up in, which was more rural. we didn't hear those urban legends. We heard the one like there was a girl and she heard a noise and she checked to see, you know, if there was anyone around. She couldn't see anyone, and she always had her dog by her bed, and she would put her hand over the bed and the dog would lick her hand, so she knew that, you know, the dog is there. She goes to sleep, and then when she wakes up in the morning, um, she finds the dog's body in the bathtub, and written on the mirror says humans can lick too.
Yeah, I mean, by the way,
Yeah.
that was a good twisty one.
Mhm.
When the college bro
Mhm.
was got the phone call, and he was
Yes.
like, "What? This is this is this the urban legend of this? I already know that." And that person said, "No, it's the one about the dog in the microwave."
Mhm.
It's like, damn. And then you said, "Oh no," and they showed the back end of it of the results of the dog in the microwave. I guess that
Yeah.
one was a lady wet her dog and then tried to dry it in the microwave and then it blew
Mhm.
up. Uh,
Yeah.
but
Let me get caught up in some of the comments before we continue.
go for it.
Excuse me. Doc Kaiju says, I'm just happy to give back for the great entertainment and company. I appreciate that. I really do.
Yes.
Especially the compliment of this being great entertainment. Because I do try to at least make the shows as entertaining as possible. Sandy says the blonde haired guy in the movie was off the chain. He was so extreme and mean. And I think they either put his hands on Julie and yelling at her, and I don't think Ray did anything.
No, he
Yeah.
didn't.
Mm-hmm.
That was when they killed Ben. And he
Yes.
grabbed her by the throat and was like, "You better not talk. You better
Mm-hmm.
say it, Julie." But yeah.
Text says, I don't trust YouTube with my money. And Double Feature says, love the cast in Urban Legends.
Yes.
And also, this is a fun one. In Love with Horror says, I don't remember anything that happened in this. Got to revisit at some point. Del Feature says, loved Reese. She was so funny. Yes, she was. Doc says, at text, I do it via Google Play using Cash App. I can track my subscriptions, and I only put money on the card when I want to use it. That's a smart way of doing things. Double Feeder says, yes, he played Ronnie in H2O, speaking of LL Cool J.
Yes.
Sandy says, Urban Legends was fun. Loretta Devine was so good in that. And she made it to the end, and it's my understanding she's in the sequel. I have to watch the sequel, though. Tex says, Danielle Harris has aged badly. I saw her in the remake of Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead. Oh, no. She might have, like, a medical issue that we don't know about. So
The
I don't want to.
only thing, of course, you
Mhm.
remember her from Halloween, but
Yeah.
I remember Danielle Harris from another movie that you're gonna have to watch one day. It was an action movie called The Last Boy Scout with Bruce Willis and Damon Wayans, because she
Oh,
was in
okay.
it and she was such a little brat. Oh
Mm.
my god! But go ahead, continue.
Double Feature says, used to watch this one all the time as well. Tech says, I don't trust Google either. I'm online phobic when it comes to certain companies. Sandy says, that poor Blade TV series. Yeah, I heard it was bad. I haven't seen it though. Doc Hyde says, this is the creepiest urban legend. Do you
Which one?
mean,
The one with the dog licking the hand?
or the one with the needles in the bathroom? Sandy says, grew up in Chicago, and we always talked about how alligators lived in the sewers from being flushed down the toilet when they were babies. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. I remember hearing that
we
too. They
did
made
that.
movies about that.
We had that one too, and the urban legend that I used to do now, because you can literally have alligators down here in the sewers in
Mm-hmm.
Florida, but the kids don't know. Like when I was a teacher for after school program, and then I was a teacher for a PE class, and I remember the kids were eating watermelon seeds, and I told them they should spit the watermelon seeds out onto the sidewalk, and they were like, "Why?" And I told them because I knew a kid growing up that he ate a watermelon seed and then he had a watermelon grow. No, it was sunflowers. I'm sorry. It was the sunflower seeds. I told him to spit them out on the side. I mean, out on the ground because it was gross. It was gross for me, but they're asking me why. And I said, because if you don't spit them out and you swallow them, I said, I knew a kid that swallowed one and he had a sunflower growing out of his mouth, so that he had always had to walk with his head straight up looking up in the air with the sunflower in his mouth, and he couldn't say hi to anybody. And these were like first graders. They got him to spit the seeds out into the cement.
My uncle Pat actually told us about the watermelon seeds, that a watermelon will grow in your stomach.
Yeah, or the
Tex says
bubble gum.
Loretta. Oh, the bubble gum. Yep.
7 years.
A text says Loretta Devine was great in Spell. Yes, Spell was a very. I was watching Spell with my grandmother, by the way, and you know the scene where they blow that dust into his face and he falls asleep. My grandmother was like, "That's the bark from such and such tree. You can just," and I'm like, "That's
Yeah.
yeah." Watching movies like that with people from older people from New Orleans is a whole different experience. Texas Boar says, yeah, Danielle Harris was a strong actress as a kid. One of her best roles was in an episode of an obscure TV show called Erie, Indiana. I remember Erie, Indiana. I didn't know that Joe Dante did that, though. I do remember Erie, Indiana. I believe it's on Tubi now.
Oh, okay. But so what were your thoughts of this movie? Like,
I thought it was
time as a first time watcher.
It was a fun whodunit type movie. I don't think the kills were memorable at all. I think like the kills were kind of lackluster, but considering who the murderer is, I could see
Did you
why.
like the wave? Did you like the wave in the TV in the record studio when you wave with the fingers?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was. I mean, yeah, it was. Watching it again. This is one of the other movies that I saw in a movie theater. And the young lady that I was with, it wasn't a date. Let's just say we were friends because she happened to think Rebecca Gayheart was also beautiful as much as I did. Let's just say that. So watching a movie with people like just everybody in a movie theater, we all like, this is another movie that was great to see in a movie theater. We all laughed. We all we thought it was good. It was awesome. Although
this is the type of movie like say if I had a child that was like 10 years old and they wanted to watch slasher movies,
starter horror.
Yes, I would let them watch Urban Legend. I'd be like, yeah, you can watch this one.
By the way, did you think Jared Leto was also the killer at all?
No, I thought it was a red herring because it was too. I thought if they made him the killer, that would be way too obvious. So I thought he was a red herring.
Oh, okay. But I don't know if Rebecca Gayheart was doing method acting or if this was she drew that from her real life because she.
Oh yeah, I loved her acting at the end when she was like showing 3/4 of the whites of her eyes and looking really crazy.
Yeah,
she nailed that.
Yeah, she really did. But yeah, and did you notice small thing? I noticed it. Maybe you did too. Having hair curly. Did you notice that her hair got curlier as the movie went on?
Yeah, because
like when she was in the rain and it was like
filming in the rain, and if you have curly hair, the more humid or wet it is, your hair is going to curl up even tighter.
Yeah, so, her hair tightened up by the end. It was like way. I was like, Jesus.
Yep. That's called shrinkage.
yeah, it was great though.
Yeah.
I wonder what the one with the green sweater, the red-haired girl.
Yeah, I don't know her character's name, but yeah, she was our final girl.
You know who she reminded me of when I was young?
Who?
Well, younger when I saw this. When did this come out?
98.
I was so yeah.
No, in 98 you would have been what, 20? Wait,
98? No, I was 18 when I graduated.
Let me do the math.
18 when you graduate. 91.
No, you would have been 25. Wow.
Yeah. I was old. Well, older.
That's not old, but yeah.
My youngest niece, my first niece, Kayla, looked like in the face, looks like her. When I saw her, I was like, "Yep, that still looks like my niece." But all right. Yeah.
Doc Kaiju says, I remember Erie, Indiana, and So Weird. I really loved So Weird for a while when I was a tween or teen. Tex says, everyone should watch Erie, Indiana. It's a great tribute to horror and sci-fi B movies. Doc Kaiju says, okay, 1999, that checks out. Eric Von Detten was in some of it, and I had a huge crush on him. Critter is here. Welcome to the stream, Critter. They say Erie, Indiana was my shiz.
Is he a crate?
Yeah. Sandy says, and shrinkage is so real. Speaking about the hair. Yes, it is.
Sandy absolutely loves your humor.
Well, we have understanding. There's certain things that are very cultural, okay? And shrinkage is one of those things, and it's annoying. It's a little bit annoying when, well, yes and no, I should say. It's annoying when you don't want it to happen. I don't mind having shrinkage in the summer because then my hair can be up off my neck. I don't have to have it, but it's annoying when you want your hair to when you grow your hair out, but you can never display that you've grown your hair out. Because
Yeah.
my hair could be shoulder length, it could be bra strap length, it could be waist length. When it's curly, it's gonna look exactly the same length. It's never gonna look like it actually grew because it shrinks up to the same
Well,
spot
I do
naturally.
I do kind of get what you're saying because that
Mhm.
happens to me.
Yeah.
Because when I wet my hair, it's extremely long. I told you, I was like, yo, I want to trim it to this length. And you were
Mhm.
like, no, because your hair is short. I said, it's not short as you think it is.
Yeah, because when it curls up to a shorter. Your shrinkage is not as extreme as mine, but it's still anyone with curly hair knows, your hair wet versus your hair dry are two different things.
Well, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the chat. You might want to answer.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
might,
Let me.
you might want to get into this
Critter
too.
Critter says Erie, Indiana, other dimension didn't hit as good though. Double feature says yes, we feel you, Sandy. And also, I remember us visiting Florida for vacation. Our hair went crazy with you. Yeah, down here, Tonyman can tell you, I don't even try to do my hair anymore since I've
No,
been down here. It's like there's no reason because whatever you do to your hair, the minute you walk outside, when that humidity hits you, it's just gonna do what it wants to do anyway. So I'm not gonna waste my time.
let me explain to Double Feature and anybody else if you come into Florida. Okay,
Hmm.
when you get off, when you come in to Orlando International Airport (OIA), when you open those doors the first time, it is like opening the door to hell, like the oven, like it's like opening an oven, like woo, and it hits you because we it's still to me because we took a trip to Seattle and we came back, and as soon as we got off the plane and entered back into Florida, I was like, oh, I audibly went, oh my god, because that heat is. I don't know why it's so hot. I think it's because it's a double decker road going around the
Yeah, so you're up,
airport.
you're elevated by like 20
No,
feet.
you're not
Heat
elevated.
rises.
No, you're not elevated. You're on the bottom level leaving. You're on the top level when you come in, on the
Yeah,
bottom level when you're
that's what
leaving.
I'm talking about. When you're coming back, you're on the top level, so it's hotter on
No,
the top level than on
no,
the bottom level.
no, you're wrong. The
You
top
think it's
level
the
is
opposite?
the top level is where you get dropped off. The bottom level
Oh,
is when you're getting picked up because you have
okay.
to
I
go down the
had it
escalator. Well,
opposite.
what I'm saying is that it's covered. Plus, you have everybody waiting for their pickups, so you got the engines running.
Mhm,
So it's just the absolute worst. So if you do your hair or
mhm.
whatever, don't expect your hair to stay straight when you first enter Florida because it's gonna go whoop the minute you get off that. Yeah, okay,
And even for me, like, I wanted to do, boho braids, but they won't last as long because
yeah.
the other thing about humidity is it does make your hair grow fast. So if I got the boho braids, typically you want them to stay in for a few weeks because they take so long to put in. But because of the humidity, your hair grows fast. You're gonna grow your braids out too fast, and they're gonna look ratty. But back to back to
Yeah.
the topic. Chaz says Jim Gillespie also directed "I See You." With Sylvester Stallone as an FBI agent after a serial killer who targets cops. Oh, interesting. They say, hey, Tex says it was years too late when they did that sequel, and the dumbass execs missed the point of the original, much like how they missed the point of Hocus Pocus 2. Let's see here. Everybody saying hey. Critter says Alabama humidity sucks too. Oh, I believe it. I believe it.
Uh-huh.
Delphine says, hell is right. We remember returning to Boston after our trip to Florida, and we were like, we can breathe again. LOL.
Yeah, yeah.
Curtis says, you be outside and just melt immediately. Imagine working at Publix as a bagger. Don't forget to tip. Oh, I believe it. Tony
Well,
Man just worked the last few years for a company that had no air conditioning in the area where he worked in
no,
Florida. That
it
should be
was
illegal.
it was a building that used to do fake like flowers and stuff like that, so they didn't really had to worry about the heat, but there was no lining on the walls around, and it was metal, so it was a metal roof, metal lining on the wall, no trees around us. And one day me and another guy. Well, where I used to live, it was an old man was a DJ, and he had like a laser thermometer to test his stuff, his lights and stuff. So I borrowed it one day, and in the middle of the summer, we decided to shoot the laser and measure at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the floor was 118. The walls were 125. Like if you put your hand on the wall, it would hurt. Like you would burn yourself. And we did the ceiling, and the ceiling was like 150. Plus, they had like giant unfiltered lights that were shining. That building must have been about 150 degrees, no joke. And I would come home dripping sweat, like wringing out the sweat from my job. Yeah, it was horrible. But to answer, well, to go back on the chat. I'm sorry if you look at the chat. I wanted to say, Sandy, absolute. I agree. Well, double feature.
Let me get down to it. Doc Kaiju says I'm in Mass too, near Rhode Island. Yep, that's our old. Well, those that have been here for a while know that I was born in Massachusetts, up by Northampton, and then I was raised in Connecticut. Tonyman was born in Hartford, and also
Hartford, Connecticut.
Yeah. Harvard people, y'all be so
extra.
Y'all swear y'all the hottest city.
That's right.
They call themselves the heartbeat.
Hateford.
Although people outside, I was gonna say people outside of Harvard, we call y'all Hateford.
Yep. Yeah. Well.
Because people will hate on you. Double Feature says that's awesome, Doc. Sandy says I hate heat. My dream vacation spot is actually somewhere cold, skiing and drinking cocoa. Sandy, I think you might like Iceland. I've seen so many videos of different people going to Iceland for vacation, and specifically, I'm saying it specifically because it's important to find the places that are hospitable and welcoming to people of other ethnicities. And I've seen many videos of Black women vacationing in Iceland, and they are reporting that they have a beautiful time, that they're treated well, and that the nightlife scene is really friendly.
And really quickly now, just to piggyback off of Double Feature and Sandy, I feel the same way about the heat, because growing up in Connecticut and then coming down here, it's still annoying to me. It makes you want to punch. It makes you want to punch a baby. It's so hot.
What?
like or uppercut a kitten. Like it makes you aggravated. But I hate it because it's like you can't strip down any further to be cooler. You could be butt naked and you'll still be hot. But when it's cold, you can put layers of clothes on to get warm. And it's it's like even in the shade, it's like 90 degrees. And if it's humid, you go outside and you blink, you'll sweat.
But it's lovely in the wintertime. I love it here in the wintertime.
Yeah,
it's like
because the humidity goes away and it's dry. It's dry heat, as they say.
But it's not as hot. It's between like 70 degrees is like my comfort zone right there. 70 degrees is perfect for me.
And the nights are great because they drop down to 40 and it's like,
oh yeah. That's when you want to really go out on the town, when we get those few nights where it drops down to even 50 degrees. The 3 or 4 nights it drops down to 50 degrees. What's funny is just I like to go out and see the native Floridians, because they're out there in the triple fat goose jackets and stuff, and winter gloves and shiesty masks. And it's like you look at them, you're like, bro, it's 65 degrees. It's literally they will have on a winter coat and a scarf at 65 degrees.
Well, yeah. Have you ever? The wind chill is a real thing down here. Let me tell you, because if you don't wear shorts and it's cold, like it's 70 degrees, it's still a little humid. So that humidity makes you, it's wet. It's a wet cold. So it's like getting out of the shower type colds where you're like, oh my God, but it's just constant. But so I agree with that. But I'm sorry.
Let me get caught up on the comments, and then we'll get into some trivia before we move on to the next movie. Double Feature says, I See You was good. We stumbled upon that film recently. Fominky Latte says, even if they land has been reclaimed, Florida really just a giant swamp at heart. Yeah, kind of. And Double Feature says, not the heartbeat. Yep, that's what they call it, the heartbeat.
The heart. That's right.
Okay, for the trivia, Daniel Harris was a smoker at the time and thrilled to be allowed to smoke while working. She quickly realized that shooting scenes while smoking meant that she was going to have to smoke cigarettes for hours all day while they shot. She eventually got sick of it and quit smoking.
Well, hey, smoker, huh?
The killer's outfit is based on the fact that the film was originally planned to be set in the middle of winter. When the weather was too warm, it was decided to drop the winter aspect of the storyline rather than fake the snow in all of the outdoor scenes and dress all of the extras in winter outfits, but they kept the killer's costume.
But you made you had a question about that, if you remember. You said
Yeah, I
out
said how
loud.
come so many people in this town had the same coat?
Yeah, you said everybody got the same parka.
Yeah, the swim instructor had that coat. There was a couple other people that had that coat.
Robert England had that coat.
Yeah, it was hanging in his closet in his office.
Yeah, you were complaining about that actually.
The SUV driven in the beginning was originally supposed to be a Land Rover. It was changed to the Ford Expedition, the largest 4x4 available at the time, because the filmmakers discovered they couldn't swing an axe inside of the Land Rover.
Yeah. But yeah.
Rebecca Gayheart got sick after eating Pop Rocks all day for the classroom scene.
Yeah. Because as soon as that one came out, that was another urban legend, and I was like,
Yes, yeah, the Pop Rocks and soda.
But we did it all the time. We did it. I don't know if you guys did it.
Sarah Michelle Gellar was originally playing the role of Sasha, who ended up being played by Tara Reid. She had to back out due to schedule conflicts with Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Daniel Harris and Tara Reid had been roommates in real life before they shot the film. Joshua Jackson used his salary from this movie to buy his mother a house.
What a nice guy.
This film co-stars two of Hollywood's most iconic horror movie slashers, Brad Dourif, who portrays Chucky in Child's Play films, and Robert Englund, who played Freddy Krueger in the Nightmare on Elm Street films.
What's funny is when I first watched this, I didn't know who the hell that was. I knew Robert Englund, but I didn't know that guy in the beginning with a stutter. And when you watched it, that's why it was good watching it with you, because you were like, oh my God, that's Brad Dourif. And I was like, oh, the Chucky dude. Like, seriously. Because I didn't know who he was in the beginning.
Doc Kaiju says their fiance grew up in Colchester, Connecticut, and that they're 27. I don't know much about Colchester, Connecticut. I haven't been there.
That's up by. It's been the woods, man.
Well, we have a lot of places up in the woods.
I believe Colchester's near Mohegan Sun.
Oh, okay.
Or Foxwoods, one of them places, if I remember correctly. Doc Kaiju. But yeah, so
Joshua Jackson cranks his car before he takes Natalie to that spot in the woods. When he cranks, the radio plays Paula Cole's "I Don't Want to Wait" from Dawson's Creek, also starring Joshua Jackson.
We laughed at that in the movie theater.
Joshua Jackson and Tara Reid both shot scenes in Cruel Intentions shortly before production started on Urban Legend. Jackson kept his hair blonde for the Urban Legend shoot just in case he was needed to return to film any additional footage for Cruel Intentions. So that explains the hair color, because I remember looking at him going, why is his hair dyed like this? That looks crazy.
But a side note, when they were in that car, that Oldsmobile 98, I wanted one so badly growing up. Like, and I looked online how much those are now. Oh, jeez, they're like 80,000 because it's a classic car.
Oh wow!
So it's a 1984 Oldsmobile Cutlass 98, and that thing is expensive now. But I always wanted one. But it's a land yacht. I'm sorry. Continue on.
This is filmed at the same university as Killer Party from 1986, another campus set slasher. Incidentally, both films feature a costume party at a fraternity, characters being targeted by a mass killer, and an urban legend about a murder at an abandoned dormitory.
I literally thought it was Yale when I was looking at it. That's why when I looked at my phone really quick, I was looking to see if it was at Yale.
It looks similar to Yale and Trinity College. As I've been watching movies for so many years, I'm beginning to believe that a lot of the Ivy League colleges in America look similar.
Yeah.
Like they just have a similar look to them.
They'll probably all have the same stuff in the basement.
Mm-hmm. And this is another film that was inspired by the huge success of Scream in 1996. While the film was a self-aware satire of horror film tropes, this one is a self-aware satire of urban legends. The film's negative reception was a result of many critics finding the film to have been an imitation of Scream.
That's
I think that's
unfair.
kind of unfair. I think they try to compare everything to Scream unfairly.
Yeah, yeah.
But it could also be the screenwriter because Kevin Williamson wrote this one as well.
Kevin Williams was big in the 90s, man.
Mm-hmm. Let me make sure I'm not misquoting that. I think he wrote it. For some reason, I feel like maybe my memory is faulty. Let me just double check.
Well, so while you do that, I'll click on the next one. Brad Dourif is a legend.
I'm glad I checked. It was not Kevin Williamson. This was written by Silvio Horta. Very glad I second guessed myself on that. Yeah.
Well, all right. So I was reading the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Brad Dourif is a legend, hardly used by Hollywood. Same with Freddie, but when you see them doing the acting roles, they are always good.
I agree. Very underrated. Brad Dourif was nominated for an Oscar. I'm not sure whether he won. I think he was nominated for Best Supporting Actor in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest in the early 80s, which is an amazing film to this day.
That is true. Great movie. So yeah, so far, where would you rank this one? Was this better or worse than I Know What You Did Last Summer?
I would put them pretty even. In my mind, they're pretty even. They go together.
Yeah. I mean, it was the same type of thing, like just
the kills were slightly better, and I Know What You Did Last Summer, in my opinion.
Yeah. But I liked the process of this one about the urban legends,
Yeah. I do like, and I wish this could have become a series of movies. Like you could have, it's my understanding there's 2 more of these, but you really could have got 5 out of this because there's so many urban legends. And if you rebooted this, which I'm hearing that there's talk of a reboot for Urban Legend, I think they're probably going to end up using creepypastas because creepypastas are the urban legends of today.
Yeah, like Momo. I keep saying that Momo.
And the Slender Man.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I agree.
And those videos that my mother watches, the animated videos with the big bug-eyed people, and it's always some really messed up story. I don't know who's making those videos. There's YouTube channels. I don't know if you guys have seen these YouTube channels where it'll be a short story about some really messed up thing that happened to somebody, but it's animated, and the animations are really rudimentary, and the way that the people are drawn, they always have these big bug eyes.
Yeah, your mom's good for watching those. Like, it would be like I went to a McDonald's at 2 a.m, and what happened was I was handed my Big Mac, and I looked out the front window and I saw red eyes. I quickly handed my Big Mac back. Like it's like those kind of movies. It's the worst.
Yes. Tara Reid performed her own stunts during her character's chase sequence, including the fall over the staircase landing, during which she was secured by a harness. According to Reid, the stuntman who performed the scene and used a real axe throughout the filming of it. Well, that's dangerous.
Nice. Method.
Alicia Witt was cast as the female lead Natalie, as the producers felt she was against type, and also a strong actress whose previous credits include Dune 1984 and Twin Peaks 1990. Witt said she was intrigued by the prospect of playing a survivor character who has to endure extraordinary circumstances.
I'm just letting you get through your trivia.
Okay, Parker's line about the spider eggs in a bubblegum is partially dubbed. It was shot as Spider Eggs and Bubblicious and appears as such in the film's trailer and behind-the-scenes feature on the DVD and Blu-ray. It was presumably dubbed due to unauthorized use of the brand name.
He could have said something else.
I think that's about it for
Bubblicious or something.
Mm-hmm.
Let me pull out my notes now. Whoop. Okay. So, yeah, this was an enjoyable movie. Watching it twice. I would show it to my kids.
Yeah, I think
There's no like nudity.
I feel like this would be PG-13 today. I don't even think. What is this rated? Let me see.
R. It was rated R.
Oh, okay. I don't remember any nudity. I don't remember a whole lot of blood. So
yeah, they were probably going for like a PG-13.
Mm-hmm.
But it was. I mean, like I said, Rebecca Gayheart was the best part to me with her acting, because she was just, like I said before, just nuts.
Melissa Joan Hart turned down the role of Natalie, and this is like this is like a theme of the 90s. Melissa Joan Hart turning down roles.
I don't even know what she was famous for.
She was in something. I'm sure she was in something on television
something. Oh, that narrows it down to something.
I've only just now figured out that Melissa Joan Hart and Rebecca Gayheart and it was Melissa Joan Hart, Rebecca Gayheart.
Go ahead.
What's her name that was just now in the girl that from I Know What You Did Last Summer? She had 3 names too: Jennifer Love Hewitt and Sarah Michelle Gellar. I just now realized these are 4 different people. I think it's Sarah Michelle Gellar and Melissa Joan Hart. I thought were the same person. I don't know why.
Did you also talk about the chick in the corner with the microphone?
Yeah, that's Sarah Reed.
Well, you forgot to add her to your list of people that look like Miss Colorblind.
No, she doesn't look. I don't think Tara Reid looks like anybody.
Tara Reid looks more like Sarah Michelle Gellar to me than anything.
I don't think they favor each other at all.
Well.
Okay. Double Feature says I did hear about a reboot of this. Chaz says I've seen some of those animations. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Double Feature says yes, definitely gives PG-13. They also say she was Sabrina and Clarissa Explains It All. That's who Melissa Joan Hart is. Sabrina and Sabrina the Teenage Witch and Clarissa Explains It All. I'm thinking. Doc Kaiju says I worked with a woman once who went to high school with Melissa Joan Hart. And Doc says Melissa got picked on a lot. Oh, that's not good.
Was Melissa Joan Hart the one in that TV show with the diamond dad that was an alien that she had to touch her fingers together like boop?
No. That's a different actor.
Oh. And that would pause time. That used to come out at like 5 a.m. on Saturdays.
That was called Out of This World.
Yeah.
Would you like to wish on a star and carry moonbeams home in a jar? I remember that show.
Wow.
Yes, I used to watch that. It was called Out of This World. Her dad was an alien, and she used to communicate with him through the crystal.
Yes.
Don't you love how the 80s sitcoms in the 80s sold us everything, starting with Mork and Mindy. As soon as Mork and Mindy was successful, they were like, what else can we give them that makes no sense at all, but we'll go with it? Okay.
You mean like an alien?
Yeah.
Like an alien? Yeah. Or living with a Bigfoot? Sure.
Oh, yeah. What was it? Harry and the Hendersons.
Yeah.
My Two Dads. That was another one that it not extremely plausible since you can just take DNA tests now. Small Wonder. Yep. Robot. You live with a robot. What else is a weird sitcom? We had the weirdest sitcoms in the 80s.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of more.
Double Feature says, I remember that theme song too, Shasha. And Doc Kaiju says the 80s was just plain fun. It was. We should do an 80s
now.
stream one day. We should do an 80s stream one day. Just talking about how awesome the 80s were. Like, kids will never know the feeling of staying up late to watch Knight Rider. They won't ever feel
it. Knight Rider came out at 9 o'clock.
They can't experience that.
Knight Rider came out at 9.
Mm-hmm. So it was special to be able to stay up late to watch Knight Rider.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. Yeah, I remember when Knight Rider did the debut of Knight Rider. I still remember to this day. It was I watched it on a black and white TV because my sister was a lucky one, my older sister, that had the TV in a room for a while, and we were living in the we, for lack of a better term, we were living in the projects, and my sisters had a bunk bed, and I remember the TV was on the dresser, and those two were in the living room watching something on channel 30. I think it was channel 30, like NBC, or they were watching something on ABC, like one of those shows. And I remember I went in their room and I turned on my sister's TV, and I watched Knight Rider, the very first one.
I remember watching the first episode of Knight Rider at my Aunt Martha's house because she had the big TV. The big TV that I don't know if you guys remember in the 80s, if you had the big TV that sat on the ground that was like encased in wood, those were the big TVs of the day. She had one of those. So we went over her house and we all watched Knight Rider. The first episode dropped. Me and my cousins.
Yeah. Michael Knight. Shit. And then you had Knight Rider, but then you had all the other. We should watch again.
What?
And review V.
Yes, I want to revisit V as an adult because I feel like there's a lot of concepts that went over my head as a child. Let me get caught up on the on the chat. Doc Kaiju says, and it was before cheap bad movies became actually bad movies. That's what I was saying earlier, because you think of when you hear about urban legends or I Know What You Did Last Summer, people regard them as bad movies, but that was before Skinamarink. That was before all of these spin-offs of Amityville, like Amityville Toilet, Amityville in Space, Amityville in the Hood. Like when you go back and you look at urban legends and I Know What You Did Last Summer, you're like, these aren't that bad at all. Sandy says Alf and Mork and Mindy had to be on the weird sitcom list.
Absolutely.
Doc says it was special to stay up for X-Files for me. Yes.
Wow.
Dolphy says, so fun, Doc, referring to the 80s. Chaz says, I stay up late to watch Knight Rider on my Roku channel live, LOL. Oh, I didn't know that I didn't know it was on the Roku channel. I have to revisit it because I've been working my way through. See, Tonyman is upset because I work my way through right now. I've been working my way through Miami Vice, which is still an amazing show. I don't care what anyone says.
And Gilmore Girls.
Yeah, I just started watching
Dynasty.
Gilmore. Yeah, but the difference is Dynasty is amazing too.
You haven't even gotten to Knight Rider yet.
No, I haven't gotten to Knight Rider yet. Sandy says Knight Rider was one of my favorites. To hear the response and comebacks from Kit, the car was priceless.
I can't do that, Michael.
There is a scene that's what I liked. There's a scene in Megan 2.0 where before she gets her body back, her AI is talking through the car,
an electric car.
Through an electric car, and they start playing the theme song to Knight Rider as Megan is talking to the people in the car.
Yeah.
I liked it. Double Feature says Kira has been on me to start X-Files. You guys should check it out. It's a great series. Chaz says I've been catching up on V lately too.
See?
Tex says TV in the bedroom. That's how I first got into horror, when they showed the Universal Monster films and Hammer at late night. Sandy says floor model TVs need to come back. Not the heaviness, just the style of the TV that had craftsmanship and character. Yes, yeah, they were great looking. Knight Rider reruns on Universal Action along with Miami Vice and the A-Team. I watched the A-Team a few weeks ago. I was watching an episode of that. Tex says you need to watch V again. Brilliant miniseries, and Freddy Krueger's in it. I remember him being in it. As a child, this is my memory. I remember seeing him eat a rat out of a dumpster, and that's all I remember.
He was a nerd, like he was an alien nerd.
But did he eat a rat out of a dumpster? I have a specific memory of seeing that.
I don't remember if he ate a rat. I know that one of the Queen V ladies ate a guinea pig. Like her jaw opened up, and
I remember the lady that had the babies that were twins, and one looked like it was human. One looked like it was human, but it had like a lizard tongue, and the other one looked like it was a lizard, but it spoke and acted more human. That's what I remember.
Yeah, what the hell? Well, Jesus.
It was great. Those were good times. Tom Baker says Urban Legend is the only one of the 4 I haven't seen. Oh, cool. Because I have a couple others that I hadn't seen. Well, the next one we talk about, I have seen, but the last movie I hadn't seen until today. Tex says Diana ate the rat and the guinea pig.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you. Diana was the queen alien
Mm-hmm.
chick. But does anybody in the chat remember Dibby Dibby Dibby? Hey, Buck Rogers? Lady Shasha's never watched Buck Rogers in the
That is
25th
not true at
century.
all. That is not true at all.
You said you don't like it, or did you say
I
you didn't
don't.
like it?
I said I don't like it. I have watched it because that's what my older brother loved.
Come on,
And
man. Gil
it's itty
Gerard?
bitty 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 hot dog. And then there was also a female robot that said booty booty booty
Booty,
booty.
booty, yeah, booty, booty. Yeah, yep. She
It
was
was
gold.
it's Buck Rogers, but it's horrible. That show I just could not get into it. My brother and my
Please.
father watched it. I could not get into Buck, especially the fight scenes. The fight
Oh,
scenes
that
are
was
so
great.
slow and horrible.
They were great.
They
Come on.
are
And then
horrible. Dude couldn't throw a punch or a kick to save his life.
Battlestar
It was
Galactica.
terrible.
You didn't like Battlestar Galactica either.
It was okay. I thought I
Okay.
actually was scared of the Cylons when I was a child. I was scared of the Cylons. They were scary to me.
I remember there was a battle. Do you know there's a Battlestar Galactica movie?
Yeah, it was a movie first before it became a TV series.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, she was okay. Wait, we're having a. Go ahead. You ready? You want to click on him real quick?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me go back to
Thank
where
you,
I left
Tom
off.
Baker. Go ahead. Sorry.
Chaz says Robert Englund was doing V at the time he got the role for Freddy Krueger. And then Tex says Diana wasn't the queen. She was the second in command who had ambitions of power, especially in the TV show. And Tom Baker says the Buck Rogers episode with the vampire is great.
Thank you. That's the one I told her to watch.
Mm-hmm. I will find it and watch it one day.
And Princess Organa.
Mm-hmm. So we're ready to go on to the next movie? I actually had to make 2 visuals for this one because there's so much going on. But I love this movie. I rewatched it today. I did see it, not when it came out, but I saw it played on it was either played on Spike TV or possibly Sci-Fi Channel.
Boy,
but
yeah.
I love The Faculty. I don't care what anyone says. It's underrated. It's absolutely great. There's so much I can say about it.
Well, go for it.
There's a couple more comments and we'll get into it. Sandy says there is a scene where the guy eats the rat out of the dumpster, but it wasn't Robert, aka Willie. Okay. And Tex says Buck Rogers was quite good and full of obvious innuendo. OG Battlestar Galactica was great. The episode with the devil in it. Oh, so I got to find Buck Rogers with the vampire and the Battlestar Galactica with the devil in it. Let me write these down. Let me write these down,
man.
Okay. So.
Double feature loves The Faculty. That's great.
Buck Rogers, vampire.
Yes.
And then Battlestar devil.
Yeah.
Okay. The Faculty is great. And let's talk about all the reasons why The Faculty is great. It's described as when Casey Connor, Harrington High School's newspaper photographer, witnesses the murder of a nurse and sees her alive again, he decides to investigate the bizarre happenings. I love the prologue of this movie, first of all, with the coach and the teachers. The setup is great.
Yeah.
You get right to the killing right away, and it sets the tone.
Good. I was going to say what you said about the coach. I wrote this, by the way. Okay. It says the coach sounded like Sergeant Gunnery Hartman, yells things like, "You call that blocking, you pussy," pukes, and tells them to get off the effing field, you limp ass blow dicks. Coach runs to the bench and flips it over.
Yes, he did. The coach was coach was on some Bobby Knight. That's what he was on. I've had a coach like that before. My volleyball coach at Florida Memorial, Coach Gillespie, shout out to Coach Gillespie. He used to get ejected from the gym a lot of times, and we would have to finish the game without the coach because he's kicking and throwing chairs, and the ref would be like, "You got to go." And so, yeah, some coaches they really take it seriously. The intro with the students arriving at school brought me back to East Harvard High School. Like that is the most accurate portrayal of high school in the 90s ever. Like everything that the people were doing, from the boyfriend and girlfriend that are fighting with each other every day, that was a thing. From them picking the Elijah Wood's character up and pretty much hitting his nuts up against the flagpole, the silent goth girl that was sitting on the steps, like that. If I could put you in a time machine and take you back to East Harvard High School in 1993, that's literally like what it was like walking
Well,
up to the school.
as far as the opening, this is my note. I put decent opening. Do you know what song was playing in the beginning?
I don't remember.
Pink Floyd, The Wall.
Oh, yeah.
And then I put Delilah, Stokely, Mary Beth, Stan, and then I put poor Elijah Woods gets his nuts smashed into a flagpole. That's what I wrote. Yeah. Oh yeah, because that felt bad for him. Even though, you know what, I had a problem with this movie.
What?
They didn't put him. He was the hero in the whole movie.
Yes,
but they didn't. Yeah. They didn't act like he was. I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the thing about this movie is it subverts expectations. That's one of the things I loved about it. I like that. Oh, before I get to that, the teachers' lounge scene was very realistic too. Having us both being taught before, and then both of us being in teachers' lounge, like that felt so real.
Gossip. Oh, do they gossip? They will talk about their students.
Mm-hmm.
And so and so the little.
No, they'll talk about the students' parents, and they talk about other teachers, and they talk about the students' parents that come in and try to flirt with the teacher and the principal. It's like that.
But they'll also talk about, oh well, like crazy old, my student crazy so and so did that again in the classroom. He flipped out, and now I got to call his crazy parents and have them come down here and yeah, I've heard it.
Mm-hmm.
But I also wrote, as you're talking, I put this movie is a who's who of actors and actresses.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Sandy says, I never met a person who watched The Faculty and didn't like it. Fun movie with memorable scenes. Tex says, when Robert Rodriguez was killing it as a director before he did Grindhouse and ruined his career. Sandy says, the story's good and the characters. Yep, the story is good. Tom Baker says, I like this movie because no one is safe in this movie. They are dead meat. This is true. Tex says, did most of the possessed humans return to normal? I don't think there was a high kill count. Yes, when they were able to defeat the queen at the end, the people who were infected returned to normal. Sandy says he was a rough coach, but not worse than the coach in Nightmare. Yes, Nightmare on Elm Street 2. That coach was crazy. Tom Baker says, it's like The Thing. The creature doesn't care. Yeah, it's like a combination. The Faculty is like if you combined Invasion of the Body Snatchers with John Carpenter's The Thing, you would get The Faculty. But what I was saying about subverting expectations, I like how the football character, his whole arc was that he didn't want to be a football player anymore. He wanted to improve on his academics, which is not the norm to see in like teen movies. All the teen characters are played with nuance and complexity, except for the character played by Usher, because he was only in it for like 90 seconds. Although he's on a poster. Usher's on the poster, and he's
They should have taken Usher off and put Elijah Woods on there.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, Elijah Wood is not on the poster, but Usher is on the poster.
Yep.
They just went by who was more famous at the time, I guess. His character's name was Gabe. I love Elijah Wood's eyes. They're so expressive. Like, it's amazing. It makes me want to watch him in the remake of Maniac, because he's playing the Frank Zito character in Maniac.
Yeah, I want to watch that.
Yeah, I want to see that. I also enjoyed Clea Duvall's performance as Stokely. That was the red-haired girl with the black eyeliner. I liked how she played her character. If Mrs. Olsen looks familiar, that's because she's played by Piper Laurie, who's known from the movie Carrie. She played Margaret in Carrie.
Wow.
And another standout was Famke Janssen when her character did a complete. Actually, I have a slide for that. Let me remove this slide and add this slide, because it really showcases Famke Janssen at the beginning of the movie and Famke Janssen at the end of the movie. Yep. She starts out this real mousy, almost like downtrodden teacher, and then she turns into a beast towards the end of the movie.
Yeah, I wrote for that. I wrote, Josh is about to give Rob for his pen dust, But Frankie enters looking like a hot teacher and threatens to shove her foot so far up his ass he'll be licking her toes until graduation. That's what she said.
This movie was so quotable.
Yeah.
Like, what did the dude say? What did the football player say? He said, "I'm not something. I'm discontent." I forgot what the line was.
I didn't write that. I didn't write that one down, but I just had a question for the chat and for you. This whole movie, does Josh Hartnett ever brush his hair?
No, as a matter of fact, when I was reading the trivia, there's a reason for that. I'll when I get to the trivia, I'll go over that.
Yeah, you constantly look like he woke up from a nap.
Oh, and I forgot to mention that Selma Hayek was in this as the nurse.
Yes.
I forget the nurse's name, but yeah, she's very briefly in it. I didn't know. And Homeboy that was in Terminator 2, he played the police officer in Terminator 2. He plays the coach. And the biggest surprise for me that I forgot was in here. Jon Stewart was the science teacher.
I put that, yes, Jon Stewart.
Yeah, I did. That was really surprising. And I think this is Dwayne Martin here as the police officer.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Let me go back to the other slide because another standout was Laura Harris. I didn't know the actress's name. I had to look it up. She played Mary Beth Louise Hutchinson. I have to write the whole thing because that's how she kept on introducing herself. I'm Mary Beth Louise Hutchinson. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah.
She did great because like when you rewatch it, you can see the little hints. But when I first watched this, I had no clue of the heel turn that she was about to take. Like that was a big surprise for me the first time I watched this.
Yeah. I mean, do you want me to get into my other note, or we haven't spoken about it? But I put Woods. I forget his name, but I put Woods tries to expose teachers as bad as the bad teachers, and he fails. Dad comes home and starts tearing up his books. Remember that part?
Yes.
And this Woods tries to sneak out.
Do you know why the father was tearing up the book?
No.
Because the mother said, check his books. They hide reefer in them. So that's why he was trying to pull the binding off the book because he thought that he hid drugs in it.
Here's a catch. You didn't notice. You probably didn't notice it. I did. But it says, as Dad comes home and starts tearing up his books, Woods tries to sneak out and gets freaked out by the faculty standing in front of the house. Remember that part?
Yes.
Dad comes outside and tells him to get inside while holding a club magazine. You know what club magazine is?
No.
It's a porno mag. He had it rolled up and I noticed the B and I was like, wait a minute. Is that a club magazine?
It's probably the same magazines that he pulled from underneath the mattress. Because remember, his father was like, "You're on punishment. No radio, no computer."
Oh yeah,
no
that was
phone.
so horrible.
And then the mom was like, "Take his porn, take it."
Yeah, he had the club magazine rolled up. I was like, "Oh wow!" So Dad got the club magazine, but yeah, it was. Yes, continue on. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to see where I left off in the comments so I don't.
Oh. Okay, so
I think it was this one.
The Creature Doesn't Care, right? So the next one is Double Feature.
Yeah, Tom Baker says it's like The Thing. The Creature Doesn't Care. Yep. And then Double Feature says still one I watch now. Tex says doesn't care. She did the whole thing because she was lonely, not really like The Thing. Well, it's like The Thing in that they couldn't tell who the alien was possessing. That whole scene that they did with the little pins with the drugs in it is literally a recreation of the tester scene from The Thing. Tex says Elijah Wood is also underused as an actor. Yeah. Double Feature says love the Maniac remake. Tex says yeah, his hair was weird in that. Double Feature says yes, her transformation was fun. Talking about what was her name? Mary Beth, I think. Tex says Harry Knowles of Ain't It Cool News, the first internet film scooper, was one of the teachers, and his sis was one of the students in the non-speaking roles. Yeah. I was saying that Robert Rodriguez, his sister was sitting on the stairs. That when Mary Beth walks up and asks the girl
with the
directions. Yeah, the one with the tattoos. That's Robert Rodriguez's sister.
I thought it was the chick from Orange Is the New Black.
No, no, I don't think so. Tom Baker says it's a bit like a 1950s horror, The Blob. Yes, it would. My sister was saying it would pair well with Invaders from Mars. Tex says, wonder what happened to him in that site. And Tom says, and it has the rhythm of a 1950s horror movie. I could see that. Sandy says, yeah, I thought Mary Beth was innocent. She even passed the sniff test. Like how they showed that again. I liked how they showed that again at the end. I like that too, because I was thinking, how did she do that? And then at the end of the movie, they showed what she did to pretend like she sniffed the stuff like everyone else.
The evil pixie dust.
I'm gonna go to the quotes before I go to the trivia, because this is so quotable. There's a scene when Stokely says, I'm not putting that hack drug up my nose. It's so 80s. And then Zeke says, aliens are taking over the earth. Weigh it. And I'm like, yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Where is the line?
Oh, I also put aliens. The aliens love to stay hydrated.
Yes, they do. They're from a water planet.
They were just drinking and drinking and drinking a bunch of water, especially when all the kids became aliens.
The scene when we were first introduced to Stokely and Stan, when they bump into each other and Stokely's like, walk much, and Stan's like, you ran into me, beast. Here it is. Stan says, I'm not an alien, I'm discontent. I don't know why I like that line so much, but I thought it was funny.
Yeah. You have to listen to the what do you call it? The talking, I guess. You really did enjoy this movie, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Specifically for the dialogue. There's a scene where Casey says, if you were going to take over the world, would you blow up the White House Independence Day style or sneak in through the back door? There's a great line about Men in Black I'm trying to find.
Yeah, something. I know what you're talking about. I'm trying to look at my notes. I shall put them down. They go by memory. We had the big football game with again with the we don't need no education, another brick in the wall playing. Shot
that
like
stadium, or not stadium, but the football field and everything looked just like the one from my high school. The sports team, their mascot was called the Hornets, which is the same as my high school's is the Hornets as well. So
but I just was like, yo, really? Like it was a music video because they had like fireworks. Like,
I found a line. Stokely says, so they've just been setting us up over the years with their ETs and their Men in Black movies, just so no one would believe it if it ever happened.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I was like, she's talking about predictive programming. Like that's exactly what I thought when she started talking. But yeah.
Tex says, yeah, Noel's sister is sitting next to Roger's sister in that clip. Oh, okay. I get what you mean. Double Feature says, loved Piper Laurie was in this.
So this is a universally loved movie.
Yeah, you're speaking as though you didn't like it. I think you should elaborate on that.
It's not that I didn't like it. It was just it wasn't, to me, it wasn't as good as the other ones.
Really?
Sorry. Yeah.
I definitely like this. Like, of the three, The Faculty would be my favorite of the three so far. I thought I Know What You Did Last Summer was fun. Of course, they're not comparable one to one, because I Know What You Did Last Summer and Urban Legends are both slasher movies, whereas The Faculty is more of a sci-fi horror movie. So I wouldn't even put them in the same category. I only put them together because of the time period in which they're released. Because
what's funny,
we're talking about 90s horror. So
what's funny about The Faculty, when you maybe put it on, yeah, when we were going to talk about it, because this is one of the ones I just watched today. Like I've never seen The Faculty, never had any inclination to watch The Faculty, because I thought it was the same thing as the other one, The Program, where, like, remember they had The Program.
Isn't that the one with the football players laying in the street?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I
this
was
was
like, I'm like another football type movie. No, thank you.
no,
Like I
no, no. It
didn't.
wasn't like this is more comparable to disturbing behavior. I almost
I
was
haven't
kicking
seen that one
myself.
either.
Yeah, I was almost kicking myself thinking that we should have put disturbing behavior in this stream, but we didn't get a chance to watch it. But the faculty is more comparable to that.
Out of all those movies that we talked about, I've seen the only two I've seen were, like I said, Urban Legends in the theater, and I saw I Know What You Did. I didn't see The Faculty. I didn't see Disturbing Behavior. I didn't see Cruel Intentions. I didn't see any of these other ones at all because I was also. What year did this one come out?
1998. So you
Yeah,
were 25. You
yeah.
weren't too old, but like a lot of us that are Gen X, I remember feeling like I was too old for the Spice Girls, and they're literally the same age as me.
Yeah, I wasn't.
I
We
don't know
weren't.
why I felt that way.
Yeah, like I said, I wasn't watching these. I don't know.
I felt like
And then
when I
Usher
was in
was in
middle
it.
school, I thought I was too old for New Kids on the Block, and they were older than me. So I don't. It might be just a Gen X thing where we just felt older than what we really were.
Yeah. Well, and it was just annoying to me to have like Usher in the movie. And
Hmm.
like, I really didn't watch the Busta Rhymes Halloween or the LL Cool J Halloween.
You didn't? Did you? You've never seen either of those?
I've seen them, yes.
Oh, okay.
But I didn't like them. I didn't
Hmm.
really,
I wouldn't say they're great movies, but they had to be seen at least once, just
I
for
wonder if I
Busta
was on
Rhymes
my
trying to karate fight Michael Myers.
yeah, see that's stupid.
But it was
Nah,
fun.
yeah,
Um,
I mean, I did see the Deep Blue Sea,
mhm.
but that was later on. Wasn't that like 99?
I want to say it was 2000 and something, maybe 2001, 2002.
Yeah, I saw that after I
Um,
met you, but before I was like,
Double Feature says, of the three, The Faculty would be my fave. Doc
of
Kaiju
course.
says, The Faculty is my favorite out of these. I love that movie. Tech says, Vorheri Knowles had allegations of SA back in 2017. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Sandy Absolute says, of the three, The Faculty is my favorite also. Tom says, the only one I rewatch. Double
Jesus.
Feature says, I didn't know that either, Tom. Doc says, I love the Spice Girls as a teen. I love them now, especially some of the
Hmm.
later stuff. Like, I love the song "Holla." But that's after Jerry left. But I still like the site. That's more, no. This is where you're gonna laugh at me, Tony Man. I saw the Spice World movie 6 times in a movie theater. To be fair, I
Oh
worked
my
at the movie
God.
theater, so it was free. But whenever I would get off work, I would just go in there and watch Spice World. It was just
Oh
a fun.
my
It was a
God.
fun movie. I love
I
it.
saw it once.
And I
Saw
was
it
like,
once.
let me think. Maybe I was 21. I think it was 21 when I was
Oh
watching it. I was
Jesus.
21.
Yeah, no, no, no.
But to put it, hold on. Let me do something right now.
Spoiler alert.
No. What are the ages of the Spice Girls? Yeah, they're 48 to 51 years old. So like literally they were my age.
The only two Spice Girls that I really enjoyed was Posh and
Mhm.
Melanie B. Those are the only two Spice Girls. Like the other ones I was just like, especially Sporty Spice. I
Mhm.
know the Spice Girls, but no, what was her name? Crazy Spice, Melanie
Yeah,
B.
that's Mel B. I hated that she was nicknamed Crazy Spice. I think that was I feel like it was racial, but I hated that she was nicknamed that, so that's why I always call her Mel B. And Mel C is Sporty Spice.
Well, Melanie
Vocally,
B. Yeah,
Baby Spice is underrated. That girl can really, really sing. Um,
but anybody
but
in the chat has if you ever seen Lady Shasha, and you probably know the reason why I had this thing
oh,
for Mel B.
oh yeah.
I
There
always liked the
was
girls with the 4C hair
well,
or
I don't
3C hair.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was walking down the street one time. It was in 1996, I think,
Yeah,
and some little kids were screaming from across the street, "Scary Spice, Scary Spice!" They were screaming at me from across
but
the street in 1996.
now let me rephrase that for a second. Let me say I love the girls with the 3C hair, but I also like girls that wear Abercrombie and Fitch.
Oh gosh.
I don't know the rest of it. I forgot. Huh?
Doc Kaiju says, and the Offspring and Silverchair. Is the Offspring the ones that sing "You're Pretty Fly for a White Guy"?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't remember what Silverchair sang.
He asked for a 13, but they drew a 31.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dole Future's Me Too, Doc, still do. Chaz says, trick or treat, motherfucker. That's Busta Rhymes.
Good.
Tom Baker says, the Spice Girls was trickery and so calculated and manufactured. Girl power, it is not.
Hey.
I hate to break it to a lot of people when they get into the whole this is manufactured. Most groups are. Even down to...
How dare you?
No, even down to the rock bands that you think are organic. A lot of times the records are made by session musicians, and then they put together rock bands to go out on tour, and they're not even the same people that played on the album. The whole music industry is flawed and fake. Half of the singer-songwriters that were promoted as singer-songwriters were not. Other people were writing their stuff. The whole music industry is one big illusion. It is what it is.
So wait. You're telling me that Earth, Wind, and Fire was manufactured, and that was not really Earth, Wind, and Fire singing?
At times, probably not, because of the such thing as session musicians. They use session musicians in the album and the record making process, and then a lot of times they'll put together the band afterwards, after they've made the album.
Well, I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that was Earth, Wind, and Fire singing, because I told you, you got jealous. I saw Michael Jackson live. I saw Earth, Wind, and Fire in Chicago perform at the same time.
I'm not saying that those people on stage weren't really performing. I'm saying that it could be one group. There's one group of people that go on tour and another group of people that record the album. That's what I'm saying.
Like
and
Milli
even
Vanilli,
with now how
Martha Walsh.
A lot of people like to say, oh, K-pop is manufactured. The K-pop system is literally modeled off of the Motown system. But people forget that back in the day, that's why we had all those groups from the Supremes and the Marvelettes and the Temptations and the Four Tops, and those were the first boy and girl groups. But no one regards them as that because it's classic music. But those people were auditioned and put together as groups. They didn't know each other beforehand. They didn't all have. There's a few groups that did know each other beforehand, but the majority of them were put together by Berry Gordy.
All right. Well,
he
back to
pioneered
the chat.
That. Okay, back to the chat.
Yeah.
Doc Kaiju says, I think I still know most of the dance steps to stop. I'm ready. Stop right now. Thank you very much. You don't know.
You guys got Lady Shasha in her bag right now, please.
Double Feature says, what was just jamming to Holler in my car yesterday? Hello. Yes, this is such a good song. It's such a good song.
Lord. Who sings these?
The Spice Girls.
Oh, well, okay. Sorry.
Tom says, I prefer TLC. They were honest.
Yes.
They were put together as well. They did not all know each other when they started the group, but they were an amazing group once put together, and they did develop a beautiful relationship with each other.
Well, speaking of TLC, you know who I appreciate?
TLC is a very special group for that reason, because I think that their interaction with each other were genuine. They didn't have to fake a friendship. Tom Baker says, I love Creep. You know what's funny? No. There's 3 different Creep songs that came out within a few years of each other. It's TLC Creep, there's Radiohead Creep, and there's Stone Temple Pilots Creep. And I had all 3 CDs.
Really? I just knew, hold up, before you say, I just knew a girl that a friend of mine was dating at the time. And he said to me, right? This was back in the day. He says, hey, Tony, man, I kind of think my girl is unfaithful. And it turns out she was.
Why? Because she kept on listening to the song Creep?
Yes. He said, every time I come over, she's playing Creep.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, yeah, well, maybe you might want to look into that. But it turned out she was cheating on him. But really?
Wow.
Sorry.
Sandy says, I went to movies to see the Halloween with Busta Rhymes. I know people hate it, but that scene was great to me. It was fun.
Okay, I have a question for you. I'm sorry, for you and Sandy and anybody else in the chat. Was that the one where Jamie Lee Curtis thought she was going crazy, and
No,
Michael Myers was one.
that's H2O. That was H2O.
I literally laughed and said, "Stop!" Like, excuse me. I said, "Okay." The scene I'm talking about is when she thought she was crazy, and Michael Myers was walking towards her, and she kept closing her eyes and opening them, and he kept coming closer.
Mm-hmm.
And the everybody in the crowd was like, "Ooh, ooh," like that, right? And I said, I'm not gonna curse, but I said, "Stop closing your effing eyes and run, you stupid bee." And I said that out loud in front of the movie theater, and they all started laughing because I got so aggravated with her because she did it like 10 times.
Mm-hmm.
It was annoying.
That's Halloween H2O. Halloween Resurrection is one with Busta Rhymes and Tyra Banks.
Oh.
Doc Kaiju says Emma/Baby was my favorite when I was pretending I liked girls, but Mel C and Mel B were my favorites, and I like that they were the most talented. Yeah, I think so too. Especially with the dance, like whenever they would do dance numbers, Mel B and Mel C were kind of carrying. They're kind of carrying for the dance numbers. Vocally, both were great as well. I like Mel C's solo songs as well.
All right.
Fomicky Latte says, and those ghost vocals, you never know who's actually singing. Shout out to J-Lo. Oh my God, made her whole career halfway off of Ashanti's voice and halfway off of there's another young lady that sang on J-Lo's earlier albums.
Well, I can also say two more ghost vocals. It was Everybody Dance Now. Everybody Dance Now.
Yes, that's all Martha
CNC
Wash.
Music Factory. That was Martha
Wash carried the CNC Music Factory. Hold on, let me finish. CNC Music Factory, Black Box. Martha Wash was carrying vocals, and they always had these groups that would have these club hits with a model lip syncing to Martha Wash's vocals.
And a little known fact that if you ever listen to the song "Doing It Well," that the girl in the video was not the girl singing.
Was not the girl on the album. Yep.
Nope, it was an overweight woman.
Yeah, because she sings in the song "Do It Like a Big Girl Like It."
Right.
Like she was referring to herself as a big girl. So then you put a skinny girl in the video. Like
there was some questionable lyrics in that song, even for the radio. But and we're not going to get into that. But yes, that was also someone who did not like. It was
one we were talking about the other day that we didn't even know happened. Now this was inadvertent because they took a song that was meant to be a New Edition song and turned it into a Bobby Brown solo song. But if you listen to Every Little Step, the first verse is still sung by Ralph Tresvant. But he's not when you watch the music video for Every Little Step, it's all Bobby Brown dancing and lip syncing the lyrics, but Ralph Tresvant sang the first.
I toss and turn. Listen on the telephone.
Yeah, because they took that song. They took that song off the New Edition album. It was like cut from the album and was just given to Bobby Brown for his solo project. So that's how that happened.
With sensitivity, a man like me.
Yeah. But it was not done because Bobby can't sing, because Bobby could sing. All the little boys in New Edition could sing. Honestly, when you go back to our boy bands of the US, they typically have good vocals. I cannot say the New Kids on the Block couldn't sing. They could sing. I could not say the Backstreet Boys couldn't sing. They could sing. NSYNC could sing. Like, they were put together by a corporation, but they picked people with talent. So
yeah, well, it's funny because me and your sister make fun of you because you can't tell between either one.
Yeah, when a song comes on and it's either Backstreet Boys or NSYNC, I always confuse them for each other.
Yep,
I know
all the time.
The fans will probably be able to tell them apart, but to me, the songs sound so similar. But I think that's more of a producer thumbprint because Candy Burris wrote for both. Candy Burris wrote songs for NSYNC, for New Edition. She wrote songs for TLC. She wrote songs for Escape. Like she wrote songs for Britney Spears. Like Candy Burris, that's her producer thumbprint.
But watching you struggle to try to guess who sang what song is the most heartbreaking but funny face you ever make in your life, because you close your eyes, you grit your teeth, you purse your lips, and you're like, like you strain.
I tried to guess it. Tom Baker says, well, I don't agree with Lady Shasha. It's all about the personalities of the musicians. If they want to be an illusion, it's not. Many are not an illusion. I would say there are a lot of musicians who aren't illusion, but a lot of them are still independent. They're indie artists, or they might be underground artists. I'm just talking about the artists that corporations push.
Yeah.
Imagination is just an illusion. I remember that song. Could it be that? is just an illusion. It's from the 80s. I have to Tony, I have to show you the video for that.
No,
For It's
you
Just
don't.
an Illusion. It's a great song.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Busta Rhymes versus Michael Myers still cracks me up, Chaz says. Tom Baker says CNC Music Factory were out of this world. They were, but they still used Martha Wash's vocals and never featured her in the videos.
There is a one CNC Music Factory song that I absolutely love.
Oh, I know you like that one. You like the one. What is it?
The Puerto Rican anthem.
Something mi gente.
It's called the Puerto Rican anthem.
Yeah.
Because that used to play that in every basement party when I lived in Hartford. It was and everybody danced to it, even me.
Yep.
That's where I learned how to wind.
Sandy Absolute says, still can't believe Michael didn't take Busta out immediately though. He probably was shocked that someone was trying to karate fight him. Tom Baker says that autocorrect is back. Oh, autocorrect, my old friend. Double Feature says Dangertainment. Yes, that's right. The group of people that were supposed to be filming like a reality show in the old Michael Myers house was called Dangertainment, and it was Busta Rhymes and I just said her name. For some reason, I keep thinking Naomi Campbell. It's not Naomi Campbell. It's another supermodel, Tyra Banks.
Tyra Banks. Did you know? By the way, somebody put this on Instagram today, and I didn't notice it. Did you know that Busta Rhymes was in a Cosby Show episode?
No, I didn't know that.
I didn't either. He was dancing with the older daughter, and Bill Cosby had walked up to him. Like it was in a house. It was like a house party or something like that.
Which older daughter? Sandra.
I think it was Sandra. And it was the replacement to Lisa Bonet.
There is no replacement to Lisa Bonet. You must be thinking of the cousin Pam.
Okay, well,
Lisa Bonet left. Cousin Pam was introduced, but she was a cousin. She wasn't a replacement.
Well, yeah, he was.
Yeah.
But Busta Rhymes was in a Cosby Show episode, and I was like, that can't be him. That's got to be AI. Until he turned around and he was dancing with Bill Cosby, and he did his mouth, and I was like, that is Busta. Holy crap, he's in this show. Wow. It was so back in the day.
Okay, but, now that we've taken a whole detour into the 90s.
It's awesome. That's called organic.
Yes, let's do some trivia and then we'll get into our last film.
Oh, do we have to?
Yes. Okay, so I won't do as much trivia on this one as the last one.
Do like 3 or 4.
Okay. It was on the set of this film that Harry J. Knowles first got wind of Peter Jackson making The Lord of the Rings into a movie. He urged Elijah Wood to go for it, even though the actor had never read the book, which Wood duly did, ignoring the news that Jackson was largely casting British actors and videotaped his own audition. The drug test scene is an homage to the blood test in the thing
exactly 1982. That's what I wrote.
A lot of the filming was done at a high school in Lockhart, Texas. The football team was used, and the city was told to show up for the football game and were given fake T-shirts to wear in the stands. You asked about hairstyle. Here's the during a retrospective interview for Halloween H2O, Josh Hartnett acknowledged his controversial hairstyle that can be seen in that film and The Faculty. Both productions hated it, but Hartnett intentionally kept cutting his own hair and messing it up to look more like an authentic teen. These antics led to fights with producers and the director of H2O, who wanted him fired. Ultimately, that did not occur, and Hartnett finished both films.
Wow. And then when you're done with your trivia, I'll just read I have like 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 6 little blurbs left, and then we can go on to the next one. I did a lot of work on this one because I have notes for the other one. Go ahead, keep going.
When they're discussing the aliens, they mention a master, but the first person to refer to a queen and continually refer to her as her is Mary Beth, foreshadowing herself as the queen alien. I didn't notice that. But there's little things like when you rewatch this where Mary Beth makes a certain face in the background, but if you're not looking for it, you wouldn't notice it. But when you rewatch it, you notice it.
Let me know when you're done.
Go ahead and say your 6 things, and if I find another trivia fact that's interesting, I will mention it.
Okay, so I put these were in succession as the movie was going on. I put group meets up. in the class. This is the classroom scene. This group meets up. Sturt comes in for the big reveal. Fingers chopped off and they crawl. Josh hits him in the eye with his dust pen, while white stuff comes out of his eye. Then it says a whole school are now aliens. Fast getaway in a really beautiful old car, which I really did like. My uncle had a car like that. In the secret garage, explanation about what exactly it is and how to kill it. Water makes it thrive. Diuretics kill it. We have the thing moment. Alien attempts to take over town via the big football game. Alien team infecting the rivals after tackling them. Did you not notice that?
Mm-hmm.
There's a killer. You got to just kill the queen. Wrong one. Famke, an alien, but also harassing her student. Gets beheaded. The head crawls back onto the body. And then the last one I put, Woods chase onto a bus. He escapes, but he really doesn't. 2 girls are left alone in the gym. There's a big reveal. Woods saves the day. Why didn't he get top billing? He was the hero. That's what I wrote.
I don't know why he didn't get top billing.
He was the hero.
I have a couple. Did you have more?
Nope, that was it.
Okay. Near the end, Mary Beth refuses to take the alien drug test by saying she's allergic. Jordana Brewster's character, Delilah, says, yeah, and I'm Portuguese. In real life, Brewster is half Brazilian and can speak fluent Portuguese.
Yes, I did notice one thing. I didn't know who that was, but I was like, man, she like looks different in the final. The final. Oh my god. Fast and Furious. But when she was like standing next to the other students, I was like, you could tell. Look at that olive skin tone on that girl.
Yeah, she's one of the people. I used to like to say people who look white until they stand next to someone who is white, and then they look less white. It's a funny phenomenon. Let's see here. If you look at the characters of the cast in relation to the Breakfast Club, you will notice that there is a princess, Delilah, a jock, Stan, a brain, Casey, and an outcast, Stokely, and a criminal, Zeke, stereotype. This is a big hint to who the alien is, as Mary Beth is the only one as a Southern New Girl who doesn't fit the grouping.
Huh. Never noticed that. I just was thinking that she was just a new kid. Hey, new kid. That would have been the, like in high school though, since she was a new girl, everybody would have been trying to get her.
Yeah, I think, well, I remember when I was a senior, there was a girl, she was also from Brazil, by the way, that came, very pretty girl, super beautiful. And it was like, if you've ever seen the movie, oh, you haven't seen Summer School. I have to show you Summer School. But the way the guys were acting towards the Italian exchange student in Summer School was how the guys in my high school were acting towards this Brazilian girl. And I kind of felt a little bit bad for her because it was our senior year, and it's got to suck to move to a new place your senior year of high school.
Did she come straight from Brazil? Or did she come straight from Brazil or from another school to your school?
She came straight from Brazil.
Okay, because
it was her senior year in high school. So
we also had a junior year, and she disappeared. But there was junior year. There was a girl there that was from, I want to say, Brazil as well, but she was very fair skinned, and she had blonde curly hair and blue eyes, and my god, like everybody was trying to kick it to her. I wasn't, of course, because I was an outcast, but she always wanted to talk to me. I guess it was because I wasn't
trying to kick it to her.
Yeah, I wasn't. I was just like, hey, hello, hey, what's up? You like this class? That was it. But yes, okay.
We're ready to move into the next one.
Oh yes, let's onward.
This is our last movie and our worst movie. I'm sorry, but The Clown at Midnight. Oh my gosh. I was looking forward to watching it because I saw that Tatiana Ali was on the poster, and I'm like, oh, good for her. She's in a movie, but wow.
Can I start? I can start by saying this. This is the first scene, ladies and gentlemen. It says we start the movie off. This is my quote. Start the movie off with a man getting him some. Man leaves. There's a knock at the door while she sings and brushes her hair. For some strange reason, the clown busts out of the closet and kills her. Yes. What was your opinion about that?
The scene was interesting because when she opened the door and when the clown busts out of the closet, she's tried to run out of the dressing room. It was an opera singer and this is her dressing room. And she's screaming for help, but the custodian that's mopping the floor, he doesn't have his hearing aids turned on, so he doesn't hear her screaming for help, and the clown drags her back in the room. And I had a nightmare like that one time. I had a nightmare that someone came through the bathroom window and they were trying to grab me and I was screaming, but you didn't hear me because you didn't have your hearing aids on.
When was this?
Oh, this is years ago. 2016, 2017.
It would never happen.
You don't know. If you don't have your hearing aids on, you can't hear. So you wouldn't know.
I would hear you. But
how? Through magic?
If you remember correctly, when we did the hearing test,
mm-hmm.
the guy said that you have a voice that I key in on because I can hear you above everybody else.
Oh, okay.
Except when you mumble.
Mm-hmm.
When you mumble, I can't hear you. But if you noticed, even before the operation,
mm-hmm.
I kept looking at you to tell me what was going on.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Double Feature says, haven't seen The Clown at Midnight. It's actually on, if anyone's interested, The Clown at Midnight is on Tubi. Also, The Faculty is on Pluto TV. Where did I watch Urban Legends?
Yeah.
I can't remember. I Know What You Did Last Summer. Where did I watch that one?
They're on Tubi.
They're both on Tubi too? Okay.
No. We had to watch them on K-Fave's site.
Mm-hmm. Sandy says, Summer School is a classic. Mr. Shoop. I think that was, yes, it was Mr. Shoop. I remember how the guys loved the exchange student. Yes, they did. They pushed their desk close to her desk. Sandy says, speaking of clowns, I actually have Clown in a Cornfield on pause. Oh, I enjoyed Clown in a Cornfield more than I thought I was going to. I really like that one. Tom Baker says, I thought the movie image was The Covenant. Small thumbnail, and never heard of this movie. Mm-hmm.
You never, there's a reason why it's buried.
And Sandy said, I've never, this one apparently was a Canadian slasher movie and it went straight to video. I just happened to find it because I was looking for slasher movies from the 90s to round out. Because I knew that I don't cover a lot of movies from the 90s and I felt like I needed to cover more movies from the 90s. So I specifically looked up horror from the 90s that's a little more obscure, and I found The Clown at Midnight, and I saw Tatiana Ali on the cover, and I thought, oh, that goes along with these movies. Because what these 4 movies have in common is that they all star at least some people that came off of TV. What they were like teen heartthrob type people.
I actually wrote. This was after the first scene, and you get to meet the main characters.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote this. This movie is bad. It's an Inception. Actors are playing theater kids, but really acting like they're in high school. They're acting like they're in a high school play on film. Because if you watch them, their acting was dreadful.
I wrote in my notes, the acting is hit and miss. You have a mixture of people who can act, people who are trying to act, and the guy in the denim jacket. He was the worst. Every time he had to, his line reading was the absolute worst. Like,
man, leave me alone, dude. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I wrote in my
notes, who did he blow to get cast, or is he a Nepo baby? That's what I wrote. I was like,
see, and here I'm thinking that my review is going to be bad, but go ahead, keep going.
Yeah,
I wrote Axe to the Teacher's Skull. Not bad. That's what I put because there was an.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you ready for my other one?
Mm-hmm.
I put we get a playful sword fight between a straight classmate and a 90s gay kid theater, 90s gay theater kid. Get it? Yeah, sword fight. I put get it? Sword fight. Theater kid wins and says something about being the gay blade, and the straight kid says, "That bitch cut me."
Mm-hmm. That was funny.
That was, but I mean, it was a Canadian version of what they think that the 90s tropes were, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And then I wrote, because there was a sex scene with high school students. But I put, this innuendo is killing me. Straight kid and the girl are having sex. And while the theater kid and Tatiana Ali are jousting because they found swords in this play. And I put voiceover saying things like thrust. And you think you can handle this? Is that all you got? Come on, give it to me more. This is not just the sex. This is them sword fighting. And then it says they're done jousting. A question was asked, was it as good for you as it was for me? And the answer was quite the workout. Remember, the camera's playing the voices of the joust showing sex. I bet they thought that was so cool.
Yeah, they really did. They thought, oh, it's almost like they kept on winking and nudging us, going, "Did you see it? Did you see that joke we made? Did you see it?"
It was absolutely horrible. And then this movie, there's my other any more notes from you?
Yeah, I wrote that the opening kill was set up well with the opera singer in her dressing room. The main character, Kate, is the daughter of the opera singer who was killed by the clown in the opening scene. So we set that up. Monica, who's played by Tatiana Ali, plays her best friend, who is there just to ask if she's okay. Shout out to Rachel True on the horror noir documentary, because literally there's a segment in I don't know if you've seen the documentary Horror Noir. It's talking about Black people in horror and our legacy and our past and all that. And
I
there's
tried to watch and I fell asleep.
there's a scene where Rachel True is talking about how for a long time in horror movies, if you were a Black actress, you would often get cast as the best friend who's just there to say, "Are you okay?" That's literally what Tatiana Ali was cast here. Margot Kidder plays their drama teacher. I don't know if you noticed that. That's
I did. Yeah, I did
Lois
notice
Lane
that.
herself.
Yeah, I did.
Let me see. Anything else? There was a song that was playing in the movie that I had to look it up.
Tatiana Ali
I thought it was
song.
Tatiana Ali too. I found out who it is. Hold on. It's let me close this. I'm play it on my phone.
Oh, really? Did you download it?
No. I found there's a YouTube video. It's a song by Camille Douglas called "Don't Leave Me Hanging," and it's the most 90s.
Yeah. That's straight 90s.
Yeah, I had to look it up because I was like, is that Tatiana Ali? Because she did have an album, but no, it's Camille Douglas. It's called "Don't Leave Me Hanging."
Every time Tatiana Ali came on the screen, all I kept doing was, "Every time I think of you," because that was her song. That's all I kept thinking was her song. That was it. All right.
Yeah, she should have blew up larger than what we've seen. But
what was her first song?
I don't remember what her first song is.
You don't? Hold on, wait, whoa. You don't know?
I know the song that you just sang, but I don't know her first song.
Her first song, her first performance was in Eddie Murphy Raw. She was the girl that was singing "Why Do Fools Fall in Love?" That was her.
That was her. I forgot about that.
That's right. But okay, so anyways, keep going.
All I was gonna say is that she should have been bigger, but both Hollywood and the music industry has a colorism issue, and they need to get fuck over themselves because it's stupid. It's stupid.
I think it was because people saw her as Ashley Banks still.
It's a little bit of that, but there's other people. Look at the difference between what happened with Raven-Symoné. Although with Raven-Symoné that might have been a weight thing.
But Brandy too. But remember,
Brandy.
Remember, just remember one thing.
Sweetheart, like.
Remember one thing.
What?
Tatiana Ali crawled so they can walk.
I'm trying to think of the timing of this because no.
Brian Austin Greer.
No, they were out the same. Hold on, they were out at the same time.
Were they?
I believe. Tatiana Ali, if I look up their ages, they can't be more than 2 years apart. They're part of the same generation. Brandy, Tatiana Ali. Raven is younger, but Raven started earlier. Raven was 3 years old on TV. Like she almost came out the womb on TV. Like she's an OG.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's so many people that should have been bigger. There's Maya. Maya should have been huge. We just
Maya
saw
was huge. What are you talking about?
she was big, but she wasn't as big as like she should
She's
have been
still
Britney
making albums
Spears
to
big.
this day. This chick's on tour.
No, but I'm saying as far as like I don't know. I just feel like she was kind of cornered or pushed into one little box.
You didn't like Up Jumps My Butt?
No, I love Maya's music, but I'm just saying that she should have been as big as how they pushed Britney Spears, and we know the reason why. But you know, it's things hopefully will get better. I'm hoping things will get better. I even see that with Sierra. Sierra probably should have been as big as what Rihanna was, because Sierra's a better dancer. When you look at
Yeah,
Rihanna, Rihanna's beautiful, but she's not a singer. She
yeah.
has an
My
it
favorite,
factor.
my
Rihanna has an it factor that makes you pay attention to her, and that's invaluable. But she's not a singer, and she damn sure not a dancer. So
my
seeing how
favorite.
big, hold on, let me finish my thought. Seeing how big Rihanna got, I look at Cassie and go, well, she could have actually been as big as Rihanna because she also had an it factor. She has a serviceable voice, not super strong, but she was a dancer. So like, it's a shame what happened to her, but
Yeah,
we had a lot. We have a lot of talented people around. I mean, one last thing I'll say, and it really speaks to industry, how they literally kind of got rid of everybody in R&B. Like if you go back to the 90's and early 2000s, we had so much R&B in the groups. Like we had if you go back and you think about like H Town and Silk and 112 and Next,
they
and
aged out.
they didn't have to though, because think about it. They're younger than New Edition, and New Edition is still traveling.
Yeah, but
I
when
think
they
they got signed to some labels that
no that
really
you
weren't
know what?
trying to go for longevity.
No, I blame social media. You know why?
Why?
Because what was the video I showed you or I told you about?
Which
When
one? You
someone
gotta
said, "Is this Bobby Brown or is this Cedric the Entertainer dancing?" Because Bobby Brown is old and fat now, and everybody's like, "Oh, look at him!" Or Brian McKnight. They're like,
yeah,
"Oh, look at
you're
Genuine
talking
falling
about
off a stage. They're aging out."
you're talking about right now, but I'm saying those groups were shelved before they got old. They were shelved
Um,
before. They were shelved 15 years ago.
they were probably because it was oversaturated.
I don't think it was because it was oversaturated. I think it was poor management.
And a lot of one-hit wonders. Name another H-Town song besides "Knocking the Boots."
I don't know.
Okay. Name another Silk song besides "Freak Me."
Okay, they probably have other songs, but I'm just saying that R&B in general. You can't even name 5 solo R&B acts right now.
No, well, because once again, we have an issue now where as your cousin once put it to me, back in the day when you had a rapper guest star on a Mary J. Blige album,
Mhm.
it was unique. Excuse me, it was
Yeah.
unique. Now everybody's a singer rapper.
Well, all the singers are trying to rap. Like Trey
Right. I
Songz,
mean,
literally your name is Trey Songz and you're trying to rap.
yeah,
What's his
so
name?
I mean that's what happens.
The little leprechaun guy that shot Meg in the foot. He was a singer and he decided he was going to be a rapper. Chris Brown is rapping now. Like,
Right.
I think that might be part of the label thing because there's another genre of music that had disappeared kind of quietly that no one talks about.
What?
Rock bands. They like pretty much eliminated rock bands. They're only just now starting to reemerge.
I
I
mean,
think I think what happened, no, this is just my theory. I think what happened with the labels is they figured that if we will go with rappers, the overhead is less. We don't have to have a live band. The same thing with R&B. The things that rock R&B and R&B have in common is that live band. If we don't have to have a live band touring, we just need a DJ and a rapper. That cuts our costs, and then
yeah.
rap music sells. So I think a lot of the labels oversaturated with only producing rap artists and kind of cutting down on every other type of genre of music. Save for
Okay.
maybe country. I think country is still thriving.
The chat's backing up, so I'm gonna start clicking on them,
Oh,
and
yeah, yeah,
we
yeah.
can continue on.
Okay, Fomicky Latte says Tatiana hopefully fired her agent for even suggesting this movie to her. It looks bad based on the pic of the clown.
Now you can click the rest of them.
Tom Baker says the worst clown is my autocorrect. Yes. Double Feature says Sierra is a great dancer. Yes, Sierra is an amazing dancer. I loved seeing her. There's some pictures of her at Disney World with Janet, and I'm like, I was so happy to see it because that's one of Janet's babies.
My favorite.
Janet Jackson babies are
Christ.
Sierra. Hang on, Sierra, Britney Spears, Tinashe. That these are Janet's babies. Maya, all Janet's babies. You were gonna say?
I was going to say, as what Double Feature said, I agree that Sierra is a good dancer because my favorite video is the one with her and Justin Timberlake.
Oh yeah, I remember that video. That's
It was very, very sexy video. It was like, wow. But yeah, okay. But I remember there were like rumors with Aaliyah with her covering her eye because she had a cock eye, another urban legend. But they also said Sierra never wore tight pants because she, was well endowed.
Yes, they tried to say that about her and Gaga. Sandy says, it's funny how you can catch old shows and recognize stars before they were famous. Remember when we used to watch TV, we only got one shot to watch and then catch it on a rerun.
Yep.
Double Feature says, I miss R&B groups. Tex says, because they were replaced in a concerted effort to diminish Black America media influence over the 10 million man march, Clinton signed a bill that killed Black media. I do remember reading about that, and also Ice Cube talking about that bill that was signed. It was in conjunction with the for-profit prisons. That's why you'll notice a certain style of rap that was being pushed, because they know that media influences human behavior. And so when they started to have for-profit prisons, those for-profit prisons have to maintain a population level. So you have to kind of create criminality. And so since people are influenced through media, how do you create criminality? Oh, we produce all these rappers who are specifically rapping about being offenders and ice out the rappers that are rapping about other subjects. So yeah, that was definitely a thing. Now they have found that by doing that, that didn't just affect the Black audience, media, everyone. So now you've got rappers rapping about Percocet, Molly Percocet, and now you have a meth problem or a fentanyl problem because you can't push a media out to the world and expect it to only affect one population.
Yeah, back in the days, it was just Philly blunts and 40s.
Yeah. Sandy Absolute says, speaking of singers and how they end up, we'll never know what happens behind the scenes that dictates which stars become stars. Yes, this is true. Because we're just normies, we can only pontificate and guess at what happens behind the scenes when we don't know because we're not in those rooms.
Right.
So do we have anything else to say about The Clown at Midnight?
Yes, I actually do. But if you want to finish
we got
these,
up on a tangent about the music. The music was good in The Clown at Midnight.
If you want to keep reading them, go ahead, and I'll just wait.
Oh, The Clown at Midnight. I don't think they had a lot of trivia. Let me scroll here and see.
Well, let me just read my two.
Okay, go ahead.
I said, sorry, I had to clear my throat for this one. I put, because I was writing in real time. I said, the one person that kept me slightly interested in this movie died. Now I really don't care anymore. So kill them all, clown. That's what I wrote. And my last one was this. Before we go on a music tangent, I put the kill count. Axe to the head, hanging, spear to the gut, which was Tatiana Ali, electrocution, and a high dive off a roof. And I said, in this one, I predicted, okay? I put a decapitation by an axe that the head bounces down the stairs. This is probably Shasha's favorite. She'll probably like this movie for that one scene alone.
I did like the decapitation.
I knew it.
I also like the scene that you see in the bottom right corner there, where
the electrocution.
Yes, the electrocution. I thought that it looked good.
No, it did not. It didn't look good at all. This movie was no.
I mean, he looks crispy.
No, man. This movie was horrible.
It was a terrible movie. It was boring at a lot of parts. I thought the makeup effects and the kills were good. I like when Tatiana Ali got impaled, that looked pretty real. And the way she just kind of slumped over to the side.
Yeah.
That's
I
kind of
was
funny.
the only thing I was wondering is how does she stay up like when she slumped because the spear was supposedly sticking through her.
Mm-hmm.
But even like makeup wise, how did she lean over without like she leaned over really far too to the right, like really far, and I thought that she was gonna fall. She just stayed there. So hey,
there's only 2 bits of trivia for this, and then I'm going to go back to the comments. It says filmed on location at the Walker Theatre in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. The theater opened in 1907 and was designated a National Historic Site of Canada in 1991. It was renamed the Burton Cummings Theater for the Performing Arts in 2002. And then the other bit of trivia they have here is Sarah Lassay, who played Kate, and James Duval, who plays George, were dating when they made this film. They met on the set of Nowhere. That's the only 2 bits of trivia that they have listed here. Now let's get back into these comments. Text, Text says overnight after that, BET was forced to sell rap, became pop, and other forms of black music was squashed, while NSYNC and Spears, Christina, etc. replaced R&B.
If you remember, overnight, BET got sold to Viacom, which owned MTV as well.
Yes. Doc Kaiju says almost all local rock stations got bought out for. Yes, I watched a documentary about that.
Yep.
Most of the radio stations in America are owned by only 3 companies now.
Yep, that's right.
Clear Channel. Yeah, Clear Channel. Doc Kaiju says almost all local rock stations got bought out for other stuff, mainly Christian rock. I don't know many locals who listen to that, so I feel like it was a religious attempt to bury rock and roll. I could agree with that. Text says, notice how corporate nu metal got once it reached mainstream. Yes. Let me finish this comment and I'm getting into that. Notice how corporate nu metal got once it reached mainstream compared to grunge that wasn't. Natural music genres, black or white, got replaced or hijacked, but black music suffered the most. Yes, because I remember, because I did used to listen to rock music, and it was very different. It's very different listening to, remember the 3 groups I tell you that I confused with each other? Korn, System of a Down, and what was the third one?
Rage Against the Machine.
Yes, Rage Against the Machine. That's totally different than 2 or 3 years later, and it's all of a sudden it's Sum 41 and Blink 182 and
every
like
number.
Those groups aren't saying anything, whereas Rage Against the Machine were actually saying something. Korn was saying something. Very, very different. They definitely got the real. I hate to say real versus fake, because there is a place for Sum 41. Like, I have no problem with music that's fun. I think there's a space for both, but to completely eliminate one in favor of the other, that's where I don't like it. Doc Kaiju says, we covered a bit of what you're discussing in African American literature. Cool. Back in college, yes.
All right.
Tex says, Black America was near just into or produced one genre, but all you see is ratchet. Yes. Yeah, even with, because I had this conversation with my sister with the representation of Black women in hip hop, in the hip hop space, and I will die on this hill. I don't want to be portrayed as the world's whore. That's not to say there isn't a place. I loved Lil' Kim. I loved Trina, but we also had Lauryn Hill. We also had Missy Elliott.
Yeah.
We also had Latifah and Light. And all of a sudden, after 98, everything was just Little Kim, Trina clones. And I'm just not with that 24/7. Like, there's other things to rap about besides your coochie. Like, it was, and y'all still can't even do it as well as Trina. I'm sorry. Trina, of all the people who do coochie rap,
pull over that ass too fat, boop boop. Pull over that ass too fat, boop boop. Yeah.
No, not that. That when she said, you don't know that been the place I've been.
Let Shasha hit it. Go ahead.
Friends, you don't know that.
Go. See, you got it.
That shit is so nasty. Trina's lyrics are so nasty. Like, no one's even up to that level 20 years later.
I just remember.
but I digress.
I just remember the only thing I can say without being disgusting about it was at work, a while ago when Sexy Red's video came out, right?
Oh gosh.
Wait, her
I
video.
I think
Let me
she's an operative.
let me
She's a
finish.
psyop.
Let
She's
me
a psyop.
finish. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Her sex video or whatever, and so the younger dudes were like, "Hey, have you seen that Sexy Red video?" And I said, "No, but can you confirm to me whether it's black or brown or red?"
Oh,
And
because
I
of her
didn't.
song? Yeah.
Yeah, and I that was it. And they were just like, "Damn, Tony, man," and then and they
They didn't
walked
get the
away.
joke.
They didn't get the joke at all because I
Sandy
don't
says
care.
the clown's look isn't that scary either. It's not. The clown doesn't look scary.
No.
Tom says, Sandy, yes. And it's the same with actors and actresses and just how they get that big role. Yes, I agree with that, Tom. Especially now. Like the nepotism is so rampant in Hollywood. Like
Oh
can
wait.
an actor that doesn't know somebody or isn't related to someone get on anymore?
By the way, back to this clown movie real quick. First of all, the big reveal was it was the old man down at the bottom, but it wasn't. It was
the old guy who always plays a villain. This guy here in the bottom, second to right, he always plays a villain. So I don't even know why anyone would be surprised. As soon as you see him in a movie, you know he's the villain.
And I audibly went, "Oh my god!" When they showed the scene. There was one scene where the clown was stalking one of the girls, and the clown started singing opera. I was like, "What? What?"
Well, the clown was an opera singer. He was in his costume for
stalking the girl. You go, but as you're stalking the girl, you're like, "Oh,
yeah.
What the hell is
place was?
That was just okay." But continue on with your reading of the chats. I just had to say that.
Tex asked what year the clown film came out. 1999. Some places is listed as 98, but on IMDb, I think it's. Let me backtrack just to double check. Yeah, it's listed as 1998 on IMDb, but when I Googled whether it ever came out in theaters, it said it was released on DVD in 99. So one of those 2 years. Doc says, I've never heard of the Clown at Midnight. And Doc says, Clear Channel is a villain. Media consolidation is a real problem. Yes, I agree.
To add on to Doc with that one, remember back in the day when monopolizing stuff was illegal?
Oh,
Clear
yeah.
Channel is completely monopolized. Like you cannot find another radio station, or I mean, like you might find it independent, but you won't find it on a dial. It's ridiculous.
Is radio's not regional anymore. One of the things I used to love about growing up in Connecticut, and then I would come down to Orlando for the summer, is you would hear the music from Florida. That's where I first heard Trina, where I first heard Kaya, was on the radio in Florida. They didn't play that in Connecticut at all. So it was cool to visit other places and hear their regional radio. And now it's not regional radio anymore.
All the same shit. Like
especially in the morning. Is there any place where Tom Joyner is not on in the morning? Because who's listening to this? I need to know.
Not even Tom Joyner.
It's Tom Joyner morning show.
It's the same, like the same hokey, same
Dingo
hokey
and the baby.
Yeah, but they're not shock jocks anymore. They're just like everybody does the same bits. And I found out a long time ago because I used to listen to all right, let's just say it. I used to listen to Howard Stern and the Opie and Anthony show, and they used to do this thing called Jocktober. And one of the producers came up with this thing called Prep Burger, which is this was back in 2000. But what you do as a radio station is you buy interviews. You buy the interview, and then you edit yourself having the interview with like William Shatner. So
so when they did that, it wasn't like a live interview. They would just edit themselves.
No, some of the interviews were like on the phone, like if it was on the phone or whatever, like or someone had a book, because they made fun of it. The whole episode of the Opie and Anthony show, they had kept buying the Prep Burgers, and they're like, oh, now we're going to talk to let's just say Margot Kidder about her book, and they were like, so and Jim Norton would be like, well, it says in your book that you did stuff with a dog. Did you use the peanut butter and whatever? And she's like, well, growing up, and it was like, they were just asking the most vile questions.
Because
they would pretend.
Because it's pre-recorded and they already know
Yes.
what the answer is, they would set it up so that the person's actually answering a different question than what they actually were asked.
Yeah, so it
then that's the joke.
exposed the media, and then also these
Oh,
these
wow.
other ones. If you listen to the morning radio show, you'll
Mhm.
hear these the show called War of the Roses.
Mhm.
War of the Roses is you so and so goes on a date with so and so, and then they tell you about the date, and then the radio station happens to get the phone number of the other person, and they call the dude, and the guy's like, oh, and they argue. It happens in every single state, and it is just the producers that are, or the sales marketing team that's on the radio station, and they're not this, so it's all an act. Like, and
Yeah,
I
remember when I found out in college how there's no like 10th caller type of
no,
thing. They just
no,
give it to whoever sounds the most excited when they
or they
answer
don't
the
give it
phone.
at all,
Yeah.
or they don't give it at all because they just want ratings and they need the phone calls. But also, what I was going to say was, even recently, like 3 months ago, when I got a ride to work from my boss, he was listening to the country station down here, and they did a War of the Roses, and he was like, oh my God, this is crazy. And I was sitting there going, this is fake. This whole thing is fake. And he was like, no, it's real. So people still believe it to this day. And it makes me so irritated, because I'm like, come on, guys. It's because you can't, due to the due to all these laws now and stuff, you can't, or these crank phone calls that they make now.
Yeah.
You can't do it. It's against the law. You have to identify yourself. So it's just a bunch of scams. It's all, radio is so fake nowadays. That's what I was trying to get to.
Let me do a couple more comments, and I think I might end the show differently today just for fun. Double Feature says, yes, there was some real female. Yes, there was some great female MCs. I agree.
Yeah, did you mention MC Light? No.
Yes, I thought I did.
No, I don't think you did.
I said Latifah. I said Moni Love. Okay. Same with the great male rappers nowadays. The mumble rappers, I call them.
Yep, I agree.
Double Feature says Trina is off the hook. Yes, like there is no one that, when she says you don't know that, to this day, I agree with you, Trina. Sandy Absolute says, been hearing a lot of Christian rappers lately. They're trying to change the narrative. That's good. Tom Baker says, this movie is such a masterpiece. Everyone stop talking about it. Yeah,
this movie's great.
Tex says, and if you look at the mainstream charts and the Black America charts, R&B was more bigger sales-wise than hip-hop back in the day. The real big rap songs were always a party tune. Yeah. Tex says, they're talking about the autocorrect. Tex says, FFS, I typed the whole word and now the N is missing. Steps. Bo Mickey Light says, I heard Gangsta Boo wrote for Trina in that era. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Gangsta Boo and Trina had a beef.
Oh.
They had a rap battle.
But Fo Mickey Latte says that Gangsta Boo might have written for Trina. So
yeah, well, they had
their battle could have been set up, right?
It could have. I just, on a side note, I remember reading Mobb Deep's book, Prodigy. It was Prodigy's book for Mobb Deep, and their sales weren't doing very well. And Prodigy said that him and Havoc had a conversation, and they started a beef to boost their record sales. So that's exactly what he wrote in his autobiography, that him and they both started a pseudo beef to get record sales, to boost up Mobb Deep again. But yeah, I follow that stuff. But yeah,
can you do me a favor and
bomb out, throw that clown in away? Sure.
I'm gonna pull up a couple videos. Talk to the chat for just a minute while I pull up these videos.
Yes, Chaz Flicks. Yes, that's the one. My Infamous Life. That was one of my favorite books. I've gotten into reading a bunch of rapper biographies. I've read From Staircase to Stage from Raekwon. I've read the Ghostface Killer one. I was gonna start the Eve one. I don't know if I have it, but I don't know if I think I kind of want to read it. But I've been reading a lot of hip hop, like from old school hip hoppers. I'm glad that they do it. I'm waiting for one from. I have Rakim's. I have the Tao of the Wu-Tang from RZA. I want KRS-One to do one. I want KRS One. Like I would love to hear like a Marley Marl or like anybody like from those eras. I want to hear their autobiographies of how they got started. I even read one called Queens, the Kings from Queens, and it was about all the rappers in Queens at that time. It was about Onyx. That Onyx started. Onyx wasn't bald headed in getting boots. They were more of a metal band, and Jam Master Jay switched them over. He switched it over to he was like, you know what, you want to be famous, you want to be rappers, cut your hair bald, and we're gonna call you Onyx. And of course, they talked about 50 Cent. And excuse me, I'm in the middle of trying to hold in a burp. But yes, next one, he says the difference back then was the standard was so high. The standard was so high back then for music and movies, even movies that flopped or music that wasn't big were big compared to what today. Yeah. Like a movie that flopped that had a really good soundtrack to me was The Ride. I don't know if anybody's ever seen Ride, but it was Malik Yoba was in it. I think the light-skinned girl from Coming to America might have been in it, or someone like that. But it was also the girl from oh my God, the movie with the show with Steve Urkel. That one, Sticky Fingers was in it. Fredro Starr was in it, and yeah, those are the type of movies I went to go see at the movie theater, and it was horrible. I rewatched it, and it was bad. I mean, like really horribly bad now, but back then it was good. And okay, yeah. And Chaz Flick says, boop boop, great book. I listened to Prodigy's voice audio on YouTube years ago. Yeah, it is. It's a really, really telling book, and it was very depressing about how much he had to deal with sickle cell during that time. It was like that man was in some serious pain. Speaking of that, I was watching the old Mobb Deep videos, and I watched Eye for an Eye again when they're in the back of the car, and Jesus did Prodigy look like he was high as hell. Like his eyes were shut. Like, but still a great song. And then the standard was higher back then, especially for music. Yeah, it was. I mean, back then, like me being an Italian Irish person from the city of Hartford, Connecticut, and I grew up, in an urban school. We were into that. Like, I was into rap way before that though, because I grew up in East Hartford and in the place we used to call Brick City. I break danced. You say broke dance or break dance? Anyways, I did break dancing to Let the Music Play. He Won't Get Away. Those songs. We were break dancing in the basement doing windmills and stuff. And I went from there and remember Roxanne, the real Roxanne and UTFO and Dougie Fresh and Slick Rick all the way up to the R&B, which, that me and Lady Shasha were talking about, like Troop, and like she probably doesn't know any intro songs. I know some intro songs, like "Come Inside." That was a very, very risque song that they played it on the radio, but they cut it off at the end. But yes, it was. Oh, those were the good old days. And then Tex says there was this horror sci-fi film called The Hidden from '87, and it was brilliant. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
but it wasn't that big when it came out. I remember that. That was the alien that kept stealing Ferraris. That was The Hidden, wasn't it? Yeah, he kept stealing Ferraris. He had a Ferrari fetish. Yes, you have to watch that, Tex. If Tex says I only discovered it because of someone reacted to it on YouTube. No, you have to watch the movie. If you watch that one, then you have to watch the other one with Lou Diamond Phillips in it. Remember that one, Lady Shasha?
Oh gosh, I know what you're talking about. I'm trying to think of the name of it.
Where the alien dude pulls a fan from the ceiling and the fan's still running and he's walking towards Lou Diamond Phillips with it. It's going, yeah. But yeah, it's just that that 1984 music video Break Machine Street. Hold on, wait. That 1984 music video Break Machine Street Dance is fantastic. Lately, I watch a lot on YouTube. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, we were doing that. We were doing it down in the basements, man. We had our boom box. We had a big ass cardboard box. Lady Shasha believe it or not, she used to break dance too. She won't admit it. Well, maybe she will, but
What,
she
about a
remembers.
boombox?
No, about breakdancing.
Oh yeah, I used to try to break dance. I had a cardboard that I tagged up because I used to like the tag, and my uncle wrote spit on it, and I was so upset.
Yeah, it was great though. Like I was saying in the chat that I remember dancing to Shannon, breakdancing to Shannon. Let the music play. You won't get it with that. We used to just.
Okay.
Whoop,
Do you recognize who this is?
Tyler the Creator.
What? No.
I don't know who the hell that is. Eddie Griffin. I can keep going,
I'm
but
gonna
you
take
just
your
might
hip
as well
hop
hit
card
play.
away. This is Kwame.
Oh, geez. Okay, sorry. Take my hip hop card away. I haven't seen Kwame since. Okay, since you want to talk about Kwame, name a Kwame song.
He used to talk about his funky polka dots.
That's not a song. Name a Kwame song.
My name is Kwame. He used to have a song called.
You know what's funny? There were two songs.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny how you want to talk about it now because there were two songs that I put on a cassette for you from back in the day when we first met.
Mm-hmm.
One of them was "It's the Man We All Know and Love."
Yes.
Kwame.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other one was called "Hey Love."
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And you said to me, "I don't want to hear this stupid rap shit." The way you said it was like you didn't like Kwame at all.
I don't remember that at all.
But I remember you saying it.
That's not the point of this video. Let me read these comments, and I'm going to play this video for you.
Did.
Tom Baker says that in 1984 music video of Break Machine.
I did that.
Oh, okay.
Not
and energy.
Yes.
And then Tex Vor says, I've seen the movie since then, but I'm just saying the gems of stuff out there from the good old days that are getting their props to do. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Tex is just giving an example.
Okay,
and also
gotcha.
Kwame blames Yes, because Biggie said something about polka dots being whack, and then
your life is played out like Kwame and them damn polka dots on the song "Unbelievable."
Well, I'm playing this to let people know something because Kwame, this is his TikTok, and this is what he said.
Many classic MCs have albums out right now. Yes, I'm dropping my new album, The Different Kids. But did you know MC Lyte has an album out? The Ruler Slick Rick has an album out.
Yes, I do.
The GOAT LL Cool J has an album out. The God Rakim has a new album out. Will Smith, Public Enemy just dropped a new album. Snoop and Dre has a dope album out. Ice Cube has a dope album out. You have Arrested Development. You have Redman. You have Ghostface. You have Smith and Wesson. You have Daddy-O. You have Billy Dance from MOP. All with heat right now. So the classic hip hop lane is here. All you got to do is search for it. You don't have to ask about whatever happened to real hip hop. Where's real hip hop? It's here. Tag a classic MC in the comments. All right, peace.
Yeah, I like that. It's like Drissa was saying they should have a category called adult contemporary hip hop.
Well, my question was this: you told me about Tyler the Creator's the other day.
Yeah. Did you get to listen to any of it?
Nope. You know why?
Why?
Because I was busy listening to Raekwon the Chef's new album that came out on Spotify. Because I don't really care about Tyler the Creator because I had Raekwon the Chef out.
Yep, I got you.
I've also listened to the new Slick Rick that I downloaded because on Spotify, the problem is that Spotify doesn't let you know. Like, I guess it's because I had the Wu-Tang Clan on my playlist that it notified me that that Raekwon had a new album coming out, and I clicked it. I clicked download when it became available because I was waiting for it. Same thing with Slick Rick. I did not know that Public Enemy had a new album out. I have to look that one up, but I feel like they're being they're not in the Spotify list. In my genre, my Spotify list should basically show all that stuff.
Yeah, this is part of the reason why, which is funny what's happening with Drake, because he's trying to sue his own label, accusing them of pushing Kendrick over him. But the problem is it's the exact opposite. They were pushing him. There were people who had country under Spotify and still were getting suggested Drake because there's some manipulation going on there. Before I play my last thing, Tom Baker says, and I watched the Herbie Hancock live in Japan Rocket a lot in 1984. Rocked. Yep. Tex says he talked about it on Unsung, where it was also revealed Vin Diesel's his cousin. Wait, Vin Diesel's whose cousin? Sandy says Kwame was one of my favorites. I saw this on TikTok and looked for those albums but couldn't find them. Where do I go listen?
Just check Spotify.
Okay, yeah, he says Spotify. And Tom Baker says Herbie Hancock also made the soundtrack for Death Wish.
I
did not know that. I did not know that Herbie Hancock made the soundtrack for Death Wish.
I mean, I'm looking at my Spotify list right now, and like, I have the Muddy Waters 2, Redman. I have, I mean, if you want me to run through it quick, it's easy. I have Life Story by Black Rob, Muddy Waters 2, Enter the Wu-Tang Clan, Iron Man, Ghostface, Only Built for Cuban Links, Sakal, Jizz's album, Liquid Swords, Kamikaze, Hell on Earth, Mobb Deep, and Murder Music. I have, I do have Infinity. I have Infinity by Smith and Wesson. There is a Dark Side. We Are the Streets. Like, I have Victory. Like, I'm looking for Public Enemy now, and I don't see it because I have like 3 Public Enemy albums on my thing. Hold on.
Chaz says my favorite hip hop album right now is Redman Muddy Waters 2. He dropped it on Christmas Eve last year. And Double Feature says I made a great hip hop Spotify playlist with some of the best, about 9 hours long. Oh, that's great. And Tex says Kwame is Vin Diesel's cousin. I am today years old when I found that out. That is wild.
Well, the playlist, you have to put it, you have to make it, let me find it, because I would like to hear what the songs that you like their Double Feature. Because I mean, like, yeah, I have a lot of people don't know about the Dirty 30 by The Crew. Nope. Like, I have all these albums that I remember growing up to, but it's like the Public Enemy one is not on there. I can't find it.
Before we get out of here, I do want to play some Tyler the Creator because I freaking love it. Let me stop the screen. And you don't.
I know what song you're gonna play.
Yeah, the song, and it's a song that I like. I'm playing it at the end of the stream because YouTube cut it out of the stream because I might get copyright and then it'll make me cut it out of the stream. So I'm playing it at the very end. But
you asked me why I didn't think that was. You asked me why I thought that Kwame was a Tyler the Creator again. Now, okay,
well, you could see the influence. Tyler is their baby. You could see the influences. You could see he's influenced by Kwame and Rakim and Big Daddy Kane.
I'm talking about the glasses and the hat and stuff.
Yeah, but also when you listen to him rhyming, you can hear the influences. And also when he's dancing, he's trying to put on a show like how LL Cool J would have put on a show. Hold
on, before we do that. All right, Double Feature. Yeah. You can send it. I don't even know what your Instagram name is on
They're Double Feature on Instagram. After the show, I will connect you to.
Okay. Then there we go. And then you can just send it to me like that.
All right. Tex says, while it's cool the legends are still doing stuff, it's the new stuff that don't get attention that isn't mumble rap. And without new blood, hip hop will die. I do agree.
I agree with that too. Nas was the prophet back then.
No, can I play my Tyler Creator song?
Please do.
I love this. I want to hear it with the headphones on. By the way, he's wearing blue leather gloves. Those are not rubber gloves. They're leather gloves, but still, the beat is just, it speaks to me. I don't know how to explain it to you, Tony, man. This is my type of beat. I like hype beats.
I know you do.
I'm too sick, hot shoot. Stop playing on me.
Even that, he said, niggas say I'm too sick, hot shoot. I don't know. That brings me joy.
I can guarantee you guys played this in the living room with the surround sound on.
Yes,
I know you did. I know you did. I know you did.
We was knocking our heads. Yes, I can't. Man, I wish I could play this in my old car with the. Oh my God, the way this sounds in my headphones, you don't understand. No, the way it would sound in your truck. Remember back when you had the was it the Blazer where you had the box in the back? It was so ridiculous.
You are just ridiculous. This is torture.
This is not torture. This is great, and I'm gonna knock my head to this song every morning.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Tex says, "LOL, you're kidding. He moving like LL Cool J for real. Looks like Kwame and seems to have a Grandmaster Flash vibe with the gloves. Yes, Yes, and if you listen to the flow as the song goes along, you will definitely hear Rakim in it too. Let me play some more. It's Missy Elliott. That's Missy Elliott's flow. A lot of people
I'm sure you guys
mistakenly
dissected this. You guys probably played this like 27 times and dissected this song.
A lot of people mistakenly credit Nicki Minaj with this flow, but this is Missy's flow. Nicki kind of back in the day
Yeah,
used to call it biting. It was called biting back in the day.
Yeah, well, in his
Now it's
gold
being
teeth,
homage.
and its gold teeth are a shout out to any rapper. Slick Rick, I guess, started it. But
yeah, the album is called "Don't Tap the Glass." But
Yeah.
I listened to the whole album. I think on Monday or Tuesday. I listened to it. It was good. I really, really enjoyed it.
Did you listen to the clips?
I did not listen to the clips whole album. I did see their music video. They have a black and white music video. It's in France. I think it's shot in France.
There's one with them and Kendrick Lamar.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm surprised you didn't. I get it. I know why.
Why?
Because you guys are all about the West Coast rap now.
I just like hype music. You know that back in the day when you was listening to what you were listening to, I was listening to Uncle Luke. And I make no bones about, and he wasn't talking about nothing but, face down, ass up. That's the way we like. That's
gone are the days with
I listen to trash rap music, but it's because the beats they just talk to me. Them hype ass beats just talk to me. I can't.
Gone are the days of I ain't no joke. I used to let the mic smoke. Now I slam it when it's done to make sure it's broke. Like there's this gone. That's just gone.
I blame Rob Bass for my taste in rock music.
That is like the most poppy damn song.
Yes, it is.
That like came out on the pop stations.
Mm-hmm.
Where I was listening to Black Steel and Hour for Chaos and stuff like that. Yes, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But we have a couple more.
Oh yeah. I was also listening to Run DMC. I like Run DMC. No, actually before that I could actually blame I'm trying to think the first rap cassette tape I had. If I ruled the world.
You don't even know who that is.
I'm thinking it's coming to me. I was 9 years old, Dave. I had this.
Chat, don't let him help. Don't let her help. Don't let her help.
Don't help me.
I know who it is. I know who it is. Because they also played basketball.
Oh God, I can picture his outfit. I can picture his Jerry curl.
They're playing basketball.
They're playing basketball. What? Who was it? I was not.
It begins with a K. There's a rapper named 50 Cent that has the same first name.
Curtis Blow.
There you go.
I had to reach that back. I'm reaching back 30 years. 40 years. 40 years into my memory of who that was. That first.
How do I remember it, but you don't?
I can remember the songs, but I could not remember his name. It was like blanking on. Yes, Curtis Blow. I blame Curtis Blow.
Yeah. You probably don't remember. You don't remember.
Yes, I remember. That was the Rappin' Duke. I did not like.
Yeah, Text. Thank you, Text. Thank you, Text.
Even I don't like the Rappin' Duke. That was terrible.
That was
Foaming Heat Latte says, when I first heard Tyler's song, I thought this is giving ballroom. I could see somebody walk duck walking to it. Text says, remember when there were rap songs that didn't have the N word or B word in the lyrics? Miss those times. Yes. Because I think there should be different types of rap. I absolutely think that. Remember the lawsuit the 2 Live Crew got when the parents sued them, because that was specifically Tipper Gore. Tipper Gore tried to sue, and who was it that came? It was John Denver came to court on behalf of 2 Live Crew.
I just remember the most I remember with 2 Live Crew was, what do we get for $10? Anything you want. Anything. Like, it was the most offensive. It was from Full Metal Jacket, but still, like, Me So Horny was like, that was played on the on the stations.
It was on the radio. My mother hated it. Oh, she hated that. She hated that, and she hated the Belle Biv DeVoe rap when it was like backstage, underage, adolescent.
You know what's ironic about the ironic thing about that is that your mom hates that Belle Biv DeVoe song, but she loved Benny Mardones.
Yeah, which is crazy. Because like you have the part that she didn't like was not the underage part. It was the
flip it,
how do you
smack
know?
it.
Because me and the crew used to do her. That's the part my mother was like, turn that off, and on
Wow.
poison.
Oh,
Yep.
I remember my dad.
For the people who don't know who Benny Margolis is, it's the she's just 16 years old.
Yeah, leave her alone. They say.
They say that she will play.
And he's talking about in love
without even thinking about how this is an old ass man singing about a teenager.
If I could fly, I'll pick you up. But I remember my dad. My first time was listening to "Go See the Doctor" by Kool Moe Dee.
That was your first hip hop record?
No, it was my first record that my dad said, "Turn that shit off." And he grabbed my record and threw it against the wall. But he played Mars, Pump Up the Jam. Was it Pump Up the Volume?
Yeah.
And he used to get high, so he used to think it said something about
no, it was like Rhythmatic, Systematic, World Control, Magnetic.
But he used to say, it would say Rhythmatic, Systematic. Look at how big this thing is lost control. This big thing has lost control. Like he thought I was talking about a penis, but he kept turning it up at that part and going, "This is great music." But meanwhile, I'm crying in the corner because my "Go See the Doctor" record broke against the wall.
Yeah, my mother broke my Chronic CD. I think it was no, it was not Chronic. It was not Chronic. It was Snoop Dogg. It was Snoop Dogg.
Your mom. Yes, you weren't brave enough to have the Chronic.
No, I did not have the Chronic. I had the Snoop Dogg's Doggy Style CD. She broke it in half. She said she will not have this misogyny in her house because she figured out what biatch meant, and she didn't like we don't love them hoes. That
was offensive. But the first skit was Snoop taking a bath with a girl. And that didn't bother her at all.
She made my sister turn off her Biggie CD when it had just started. It was just when he was talking about it was something about I used to be outside selling drugs or something.
Really?
Something that Biggie was talking at the beginning of the song. If I asked her, she could tell me the story, but it was something about the old people didn't like when he was outside selling the drugs.
That was back in the days.
But now I'm doing better. But my mother made her turn that off. She was like, "Turn that off right now." And my sister was like, "The album didn't start yet."
You didn't even get to the good part, man. If you would have got to the there's an interlude.
The interlude story about him taking a crap on somebody.
That's Life After Death.
Oh, okay.
With two different albums. Ready to Die was an interlude where. In the interlude, before we leave, it came right before "Oh Biggie, Give Me One More Chance," and I don't think they even have it out nowadays. But it starts playing Jodeci's "Fiending for You," like you hear going, "Said I'm fiending for," and you hear two people banging on a bed. But the progressive in it is like it's Little Kim, right? But she's like, "F me, you black." Greasy Kentucky, your mother. It was the pickle juice drinking.
I remember that. That was super problematic. That would make a Gen Z's head explode.
It was funny as hell, though.
Doc Kaiju says this is the same as what happened on Julie B Deep Dives last night. First, she had an actor on from, and then she starts discussing hip hop, and Tony Teflon joins on the talk rap. Tom Baker says, "I remember 2 Live Crew and Belle Biv DeVoe. That girl is poison." All the way over in Belgium? That's cool.
Never trust a big button smile.
Tex says, "Yeah, when they come out with Poison and my cousins played it in the car, my uncle shouted at them, turn it off because the lyrics was saying women gave guys diseases and my cousins are girls." Tom Baker says, "The Belgian producer of Pump Up the Jam lived in our neighborhood." Oh, that's cool. I noticed there's a lot of Scandinavian producers for dancey tracks, especially in Belgium, Norway, Sweden. There's a lot of producers out that way. That there's one that's suing. I think Doja Cat's "Say So."
No.
I guess the person who Why don't you say so? Didn't even notice. Why don't you something something? I don't know the words, but it's Doja Cat has songs named "Say So," and the person who's taking credit for it is Dr. Luke, but he's being sued by a Swedish producer, saying that Dr. Luke pretty much stole his song.
This is right now. We are 7 minutes away from having a 4-hour podcast.
Yeah, let me read the comments and then let's get out of here because we won't have enough streaming time for next week. Let's see. Chaz says, I had to go outside to listen to all the albums y'all just named in my mama's house. No, what's funny? Have you seen Double Feature says mom said music off. Have you guys seen the TikToks of Gen X people showing or having their teenage Gen Z's
We're back
listen?
now to Jack Off Hour with DJ Easy.
Yeah, listen to the music.
Yeah, that song.
And
Oh God,
their reactions.
when I met you last night, baby.
Mhm.
Yep.
But Texas, did you guys see a TV CM with a black dad reading and his son upstairs plays a song with a soul intro and then he goes into a rap and the dad starts banging on the ceiling
No.
to get him to turn it off? No, I didn't see that one. Oh, TV commercials, I think you mean. That happened in Trinidad when we were on holiday visiting family when that poison thing happened. Mhm.
Jeez. Was it that must have been really controversial back then because I just remember playing it. Like we were like, oh, that's 3 people from New Edition.
Yeah.
That was my sister. My sister got me like she was into New Edition. And how do you go from we're going to the movies and to the park and play a little ball till it gets dark. That's what being young is all about. Man, COUNT me out. But to that too, never trust a big button to smile.
Count me out.
That's a great song.
But they were little kids when they were singing "Count Me Out."
But
they were like 12.
I still listen to that song.
Yeah,
like I still listen to New Edition, but
I do too. I'm surprised you didn't do the rap from Bobby, Ricky, and Mike. If I love the girl,
everybody does that one.
Like? But you didn't.
Everybody
do that
does
one.
that one.
Yeah.
I'm talking, but yeah, it was just, those were the days. We should, you know what? That should be our next, what we just watched last weekend.
Oh, just talk about
Nope.
stuff from the 80s?
Nope.
What?
I should make you watch 3 hip-hop movies.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Like
Only
Juice.
I've seen Juice so many times. And
That's
not so
okay.
many times, but Juice is a slasher movie.
No. I'm not finished. You're gonna watch Dead Presidents.
I don't want to. That's not really a hip hop movie.
It is.
No, it's not. It takes place in the 60s,
70s,
or 70s. I think it's
and it has a
Vietnam
great
era.
soundtrack.
I'm not rewatching Boys in the Hood. That's too sad. I'm not watching Menace to Society.
You know what?
That's too
You know what? Chat. I'm gonna make her watch Ride. We discussed earlier.
Why don't you just go all the way and watch Belly? Why don't you do that? Why don't you watch Belly?
I've watched Belly like 4 times.
Why? It's so bad. It's so bad. Why would you?
Oh, okay. You know what?
Belly
Okay,
4 times?
I'll change that. We'll watch Spice World.
No, why don't we watch? Well, we can watch. I like Spice World, but we can
Yeah,
also watch.
see the difference, right? Oh wait, no. We'll watch Spice World. No, yeah.
What about the Hip Hop Witch?
Nope, I'm not watching that shit.
Do you even know who's in the Hip Hop Witch?
Yes, and I'm not watching that.
Who's in the Hip Hop Witch?
Rappers.
You don't know. You're just saying. I'm gonna tell. Hold on. I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull up the Hip Hop Witch so you know the cast list.
Caught up is good. Yeah, no, I made her. I think I made her watch In Too Deep.
Yes, I watched In Too Deep. Okay, in the Hip Hop Witch. Let me scroll down to the cast.
Yes, I'm sorry. Why you're doing that?
Let
me go. Yeah, he really liked. His parents didn't know what we were listening to until it got exposed to it. And sometimes we got in trouble over it. That was text. Yes, text. Very much so. Double Feature says, I remember that commercial you're talking about with Marvin Gaye song that goes into Method Man. I'll be there for you. You all need to get by.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, my grandmother hated that song
because of
Method Man is rapping, right? And then he's talking about, Shorty, you there for me every time I need you. But when he ends, he's like, you my nigga. My grandmother had a fit. She said, I would never entertain a person, any man that called me his nigga. She was so through. And that was not me. That played on the radio. That was literally played on the radio. We were driving in the car and they played it on the radio. Oh my God. Yeah, she did not like that. That one bit.
Double Feature says, Dad listening to Marvin and son listening to the rap version with Method Man. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Chaz Flick says, Caught Up is a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then Text, good suggestion.
Yes,
says,
Beat
no,
Street.
watch Beat Street, rapping 2, Crush Groove. Yes, those are the hip hop movies.
Body moving.
She knows that one already.
Yes,
though.
yes, of course.
Body moving.
Yeah. Those are yes, I think we should watch those. And there's another one. Before Beat Street, what was it called?
Beat Street, the king of the beat. Hearing that beat from across the street.
That's gonna bug me, but hold on, let me share my screen again.
Anyways, so yeah.
See who's in the hip hop. You read who's in the hip hop witch.
Have you seen Heartless? Doc Kaiju says, have you seen Heartless? I think it's a hidden gem. Text says, yes, that's the one at Double Feature Podcast. Breaking 2 by Chaz Flick. Electric Boogaloo, yes. Let me get out. I can't read these people. Eminem, okay. Ja Rule, wow. Really? Was this before or after they beefed?
I don't know. This movie came out in the year 2000.
Split Star. Royce the 5'9". Yeah, you know what? You can't even say they're acting. I think I did see this, and they're just doing interviews.
Wild Style. That's the movie I was thinking of. It came out before Beat Street. Have you seen Wild
these people,
Style?
Everybody in this movie, the hip hop, which were just doing interviews in recording studios, if I remember correctly.
Well, it's supposed to be a horror movie. I haven't seen it.
It's the Blair Witch.
It's the Blair Witch, but it's
But it's just these. All of them are doing they're doing interviews in a radio station, or not a radio station, but like the recording studios.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they're doing, I think, if I remember correctly. I did see this hip hop witch. It's horrible.
Okay. But the movie I was thinking of that was before Beat Street is Wild Style. Have you ever seen Wild Style?
I saw one of those movies. You guys showed it to me where the kid was tagging, and he was in the atrium in the Bronx, and he had to get back home. Yep. Yeah, it was either Wild Style or
I think it was Wild Style.
Yeah.
But that's from Wild Style's from 1982, and then Beat Street's from 1984.
Yeah. I remember seeing Beat Street though. My sister made us go see Beat Street. Sorry.
Yeah, that made me cry when Homeboy fell on the third rail. I was not prepared because I was 9 years old when I first saw that, and I didn't know it was going to be
on the train tracks like Raymond and Beat Street. People at the funeral fronting like they miss me. That's called Suicidal Thoughts, and that's by Biggie.
Oh, okay, but I'm just saying I was not prepared for the death. I thought it was going to be a hip hop movie, and my little 9-year-old mind was not ready for that man to fall on the third rail and die. Like, that made me very sad.
Yeah. Disorderlies with Fat Boys. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Yes, we should do that one. Disorderlies.
Stick up. Yes. I saw that. That was horrible. Disorderlies. I remember seeing that in a movie theater.
Tom Baker says there is footage of Marvin jogging at our Belgian coast. He stayed here when he went to cold turkey. Oh, that's good.
If we're gonna do the Fat Boys, then we got to do who's the man.
Who's the man? Who was in
Ed Lover and Dr. Dre?
Oh yeah, that's right. Tex says Breaking made more money than The Breakfast Club when they were both released in the same time, 1985.
It was dope.
Oh, I believe it. Disorderlies with the Fat Boys. We could talk about how much rap became part of horror, like especially with just the Nightmare on Elm Street series alone, because we had the Fat Boys did a song for Nightmare on Elm Street 5, I think, but at the same time, Will Smith, or I should say, Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince did a Nightmare on My Street, but that was not associated with the movie at all. Like they never got permission. And that's why in the music video they have like this fake Freddy Krueger looking thing that's not Freddy Krueger, because they weren't allowed to actually show anything from Nightmare on Elm Street because they didn't get approved to make the song.
By
but
the
I
way,
think that their song was better than the Fat Boy song.
You don't even remember that song.
I remember It's a Nightmare on My Street. You remember that? I remember.
Of course, I remember that song. Remember what Fred said in the song to Will Smith?
He said, "No."
He said the souls of your body, you and I must claim. You've got the body, and I've got the brain. He said, yeah, but Chaz Flicks. By the way, if you listen to, like, I think it was you that said that you listened to the Prodigy autobiography, you have to read the Will Smith book called Will. That's actually really interesting because there's like little tidbits, you know, of course, Jada and everything and his kids, but I didn't know that the song Summertime, Summertime, the way Will Smith was rapping in it was because was it Barry Gordy or one of the producers, one of those big producers back then? Not Barry Gordy. It might not have been Barry Gordy. Who's the other dude?
Quincy Jones.
It was Quincy Jones. Quincy Jones made him hop on a flight from Philly to California that night. So when he's rapping, he had just got off the plane and he was extremely tired and he made Summertime. That's why his voice sounds like that. He was writing the rap as he was flying. And that's what he said in his book. He was like, I was dead tired when I started doing Summertime, and it became one of my biggest hits.
This is a good point, Tex. Tex says that would make a great topic, at least, Shasha, and how horror influenced rap, like the Gravediggers and the horrorcore rap genre, and even Onyx with that semi-pumpkin logo they have. Yeah, and also, was it Jay-Z that sampled the theme from Phantasm? Who was it that sampled? It was a rapper.
How dare you?
Who sampled the Phantasm?
Dare you? That was Dougie Fresh, and the song was called "Play It Only at Night."
I feel like there was somebody else.
Why don't you look it up? Why don't you go on YouTube really quick? Play this only at night. But yeah, Gravediggers. That was my junk, man. Prince Paul, RZA, and oh my God, who was the other guy? It was the pick, not the pick, sickle, and the shovel. That was the Diary of a Madman. Was my favorite Gravediggers album. With bear witness as I exercise my exorcisms. Yes. Are you looking it up?
Yep.
Okay. Tom Baker says I wouldn't call Will Smith's moves. Oh, he was getting jiggy with it. I don't know what you're talking about. That man was getting jiggy. More like getting electrocuted. Yeah. Well, you know what? Let's be honest. I said the same thing about Tyler the Creator's video in my head. He was dancing like he was getting shocked too.
But it's fun to look. He looks like, I told my sister he looks like a Muppet, and I enjoy that.
And Sandy Absolute says, yeah, Ramon's death was so sad. I thought his baby's mother was crazy for moving herself and the baby into that abandoned makeshift apartment. There it is right there. Where's that from, Shosh?
I don't know.
That's not from Phantasm?
No.
Hold
on, I'm going to find it.
Now watch.
No, that is from Phantasm.
Right, that's called Play This Only at Night. You don't want to play it too much. Unless I talk over it.
Yeah.
While you're doing it. But yes, that's called Play This Only at Night. And that's Dougie Fresh in the Get Fresh crew.
And then I remember also the Fugees sampled that song, what's it called?
Sleepwalkers.
From Sleepwalkers. It's called Moon Night or something.
Moon Night?
Moon,
oh my
God. I'm talking about the original song that's sampled. It's something about the moon or moon walk or something.
Okay. Because I thought you were calling the Fuji song. I was like,
no. The Fuji song is Ready or Not. But yeah, the sample, I'm trying to think of the name of the title of the sample.
That dun, 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 dun,
Bob Deep also sampled the Phantasm theme for There We Go. That might
And
be the one.
Check says Ghostbusters 2 had a great horror style rap song called Spirits, but I'm not sure who rapped it.
I
And
don't
Tom
know.
Baker says these streams are the best on YouTube.
Well,
Yes,
thank you.
this is why we should her and I should just do a music one as well.
But it's
Or
so
me.
hard to do a music one without getting dinged for copyright. That's why I would love to talk about music, but it's so hard to illustrate what you're talking about because
Maybe
these
we should do
record
it
labels are so stingy.
Maybe we should try to do it on Twitch.
Yeah, maybe Twitch or I can do it directly on my Patreon.
Yeah. But
it just can't be on YouTube.
But yeah, see, but let me think of any other before we get off. Any other horror movie? Yeah, you're the one that actually pointed that out to me, by the way.
What?
When I played Playlist Only at Night,
Mm-hmm.
you were just you were the one that was like, that's from Phantasm. Because for years when it came out, I didn't know where it came from. By the way, to round it back up to Urban Legends, hold on a second. It was Dougie Fresh who did Spirit. I just found out. Okay. And then Double Feature says it was a great stream. Urban Legend #1 for hip hop is that the song, the show.
Yeah.
When Slick Rick says 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh are on. People were saying that Dougie Fresh was a devil worshiper because Slick Rick said 666 in the song. I remember that.
I didn't know that, Urban Legend.
They thought he was a devil worshiper
because
that song came out first, and then Play This Only at Night came out, which is a positive song if you listen to the lyrics to the song, because it's a long intro. It's like it's a 4-minute song, and I think the rap is like
it says 5 minutes and 9 seconds.
Yeah, and the rap is probably 30 seconds of it or maybe a minute, but the rest is just the music. But he came out with that song talking about, God and having God in your life. I think it was because people thought that he was a devil worshiper because of the 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was another horror urban legend. But yes, bringing it right back to the urban legends. That's how you call doing a well-rounded podcast.
Yes.
All right. My ass is really hurting in this chair, so I'm gonna get off for a second.
Tech says, "Well, I'll unfortunately miss that discussion. My Patreon is a wise choice, so I'm not mad on it. YouTube trigger happy with copyright these days. Yes,
but I think it's.
So. Oh wait, there's another place we could have the discussion.
Where?
Discord, but I hate the user interface for Discord, but we can still kind of look into it.
What about doing a live? Can you do a live X live? A live X stream?
I don't use X at all. So
okay.
I don't know. And plus X is filled with trolls. It would just ruin our discussion because we have a really good crew here. And if I do it on Discord, you can make it like invite only. Or you could at least heavily you could at least heavily moderate it. Whereas X, there's like no guardrails on X. It's just for basically lurkers and trolls, and I don't want that.
StreamYard. What if we did it on StreamYard? Not StreamYard. Oh, what the hell was it called? Rumble.
No, I don't want to go over there either. Rumble is filled with racists and manosphere people. Like as soon as they hear a woman's voice, as soon as they hear a woman's voice and she's not a hot tub streamer, no.
So then why don't we just do it on YouTube and play 30 seconds of each song and then talk about them? We could do that.
But I'm saying YouTube will literally stop your show. If you play the wrong thing, the stream will just cut off.
Hold on, wait.
That's why I said Discord might be our best bet, because #1, Discord, the people that are listening to us here, they can watch us for free on Discord, and we can moderate it. The Fuji sampled Enya. Yes, they did.
Yeah, and then Tom Baker was my favorite. Whoa. Tonyman and Lady Shasha have a think tank and look at the possibilities.
Yes. Yes, definitely. Tom Baker says,
much
so much more you
can
do.
And then this Kaiju says when your ass really hurts, you need to get off. That's what my fiance said. Yes. I'm telling you, my ass is like numb. I don't know how people can sit on the toilet for more than 10 minutes without like their legs being.
The question is, how do the streamers that do those 8 hours a day streams do it? The academics, the Kai Senates,
They have
those
those really
how do
they have those stupid gamer chairs.
I do understand now why Kai gets up and dances, because he has to. Because his butt will
Wow.
hurt. He has to get up and dance and jump around.
Tex wants to know what time is it where you're at? It's 4 a.m. where I'm at in the UK. We are in America.
We are in the East Coast. You have to be more specific because there's
Oh,
4
Florida.
time zones in the United States. We're in the Eastern time zone, so it's 11:13 p.m. here right now.
Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait. Up. Double feature says that's what happened to us. Fade to black on stream. LOL.
Yep. They will literally, that happened to me when I was trying to react to the Dune trailer. Stream
Yeah.
just cut off. Like that Warner Brothers said, I bet you not. That's what you're not going to do.
Damn, they're really
So,
messed up.
yeah, that's why I don't really mess with a lot of Warner Brothers properties, because you know they're
Okay, before we get off, what is that one that you watch the movies on?
what do you
Rainbow
the one
Freight.
that's Discord.
Okay. So
So
why
we
don't I
have
try? I'll learn Discord and we can do it.
Thank you. Yes, let's do that. Because I tried to learn Discord and I got frustrated and I was just like, I hate this user interface. It feels like a chat room from the 90s. And I feel like technology has evolved to where, you know, things are a little more user friendly.
Well, I'll look into it tomorrow.
Yes, let's do that. And then we can do watch alongs on Discord and we can talk about music all we want on Discord.
Yeah. Well, and Discord is free.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody from the YouTube can go whoop right over to Discord with us.
Mm-hmm.
And then bam. Patreon is a safe option. Oh, sorry. I'm reading it as they're doing it. Yeah. Sorry, I just clicked on it. You clicked off.
Yeah.
Patreon is a safe option for you guys unless you create a poll.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, then, yeah, Lady Shot, make a poll.
Yeah, I'll do a poll and see what people are more likely to get on. And it could be just a matter of just 2 different things, like maybe do the music stuff on Discord and do the movie stuff on Patreon.
Yeah, we're not going to leave this. I mean, we're almost at what episode is this?
We're on episode 20 already.
Yeah, that's 5 months.
Yeah.
Almost. Is 4, 8, 12, 16. Yeah, 5 months. Wow, I had to use math on my fingers. Thank you.
And that means that we would be able to stream more than once a week, because the only reason why I'm doing once a week for this show and once a week for my horror news is because StreamYard, for the free version, it only allows you to stream 20 hours per month.
Well, I will definitely. Okay, so Doc Kaiju, before we go, Doc Kaiju says Discord. I already host and attend watch parties on Discord. Okay.
All right. Cool.
And Tex says, sorry, I have to create an account for Discord. Okay, no problem.
All right.
Well, then there it is. What I'll say it to the chat and I'll say it to you. After my follow-up appointment tomorrow for my operation, I will look into it. I will sit here and I will take a look and I will get it done.
All right. Thank you.
Get it done. But yeah, I'll be the one that hosts that. How about that? I'll be the host on that, and she could be my guest.
Yes, there we go.
She could be my my co-host, but I'll be the host of it. I'll be the one that all the bells and whistles, and I'll get all the.
You mean the producer? You'll be the producer.
That too.
Yes.
I'll be multifaceted. I'll have many hands in the pot. All right.
Because it's Discord, we can just watch the movies on there. Like we could literally watch Wild Style and Beat Street and Juice or whatever.
Can we pause it though and talk, or do we have to talk over it?
No, you can pause. I think you can pause it. If I'm not mistaken.
I'm not trying to make an hour and a half movie go longer than that.
Then I would just talk through it rather than pause it. Just talk, because these are older movies most people have seen already anyway. So it's not like you're gonna miss anything if someone talks over it a little bit.
That is a big pet peeve of mine when we try to watch horror movies and the movie will be a 90-minute movie and we'll have a 20-minute discussion so that the 90-minute movie now goes over 90 minutes. And you know, it's just like in my brain, I'm like, please, let's just get through the movie and then talk afterwards. My God, you know?
Yep. Now we're at 4 hours, which means I'm gonna have to wait till the
Goodbye.
morning. Wait, no, wait. I'm just gonna explain. I'm gonna have to wait till the morning for the video to finish rendering because what I usually do is I add the. It might let me or I might have to wait till the morning. I usually add timestamps, and then also I add the subtitles for multiple languages on the stream. So because it's 4 hours, it's gonna take forever to transcribe, and then
Well, anybody that's going to be watching this later on, understand that Lady Shasha worked she toiled very tirelessly on this and did all the what do you call it, closed captioning or translations and the timestamps. But
well, I just do the closed captioning. I have to use Google Translate to translate it into other languages, but it's still a process.
All right. Well, anyways, but all I'm saying is, but she's going to do it after 11 o'clock or after, let's say 12. Unless,
oh yeah, tomorrow, yeah, it'll be in the afternoon because
unless you get up early, start rendering it. And
that's not gonna happen.
I know it's not. That's why I made that's why I scheduled my appointment for 11 because I know you're not going to get up.
Well, not just that. I don't like to start a project and then have to stop in the middle and then come back to it later in the day. I'd rather just do the errands first, and then that way, when I start working on a project, I'm uninterrupted.
I'm the same way with updating my Mac. Like when it updates, I did it one time where I was like, okay, it's gonna update. No, it's 4 hours. Well, let me go run around and do some stuff. Go to the grocery store, blah blah blah. Come back, and my computer was off, and I was like, shit. I had to restart it again. So then I had to sit there. So I literally sat in a chair watching my Mac to make sure that it was going to go, like it caught the update and it did everything. Cause I know what you mean. But all right, people, time for me to get my beauty rest.
And it was a really fun discussion. I like that you guys don't mind that we get off on tangents sometimes.
You more than me, but yeah. But I appreciate everybody. I appreciate you. I appreciate anyone that comes in here. I want this channel to be big.
Yes.
So tell your friends, tell your friends' friends, tell your cousins, tell your uncles, tell your aunts, tell whoever. Like, subscribe, smash that like button, yo.
Oh
Smash!
gosh, don't do that.
Smash,
Don't do that.
Smash.
Okay, let's get out of here.
All right. Thank you guys. Later.